Welcome everyone to the third Dubai Racing Carnival meeting of the season. We're back at Meydan. Tonight's contest supported by Al Motors. And tonight we are honouring UAE National Day. That took place on the 2nd of December, commemorating that wonderful day in 1971 where the Emirates united under one flag. And you can see some of these trinkets in the paddock garden commemorating that day in 1971. As far as the racing goes on the track tonight, well, we've got a really good juvenile in the opener. I mean, hopefully we've got some good juveniles all in tonight. We've got some good contest for young horses, and we saw how good Union Security was on debut. He'll be looking to go in again over 6 furlongs. Amr bin Hamash has hit the ground running with his 2-year-olds this year. The listed Al Sprint features Dark Saffron, who won the big race on World Cup night. 3 from 3 over this course and distance on the dirt since return to that surface. He's been absolutely brilliant. Colour Up lines up in that contest, has won the race before, but they're all up against it, you would imagine, against Dark Saffron. One I quite like is Grey Boss on the card as well, who lines up in a mile handicap. 4 handicaps tonight, they're all pretty open, so good racing tonight. And here with more details is your racecourse commentator, Pat Comerford.
Meydan action returns tonight. The return of Union Security as well. An impressive maiden winner. He looks to take the next step in tonight's opener. The Golden Shaheen winner, Dark Saffron, kicked off his campaign with almost a track gallop. He dominated them and he looks to go one the better. Second up in the listed Al Sprint. Izaj returned a pass mark for the first run. He comes back second up tonight in a much more suitable event. Here's our schedule for tonight's program. 8 races on the dirt, kicking off with the Lincoln Aviator over 6 furlongs. A maiden over 7, the second event. The Ford Mustang over 6 for the third race. We head to the mile for the Ford Mark E. Then out to back to the 1400 metres for the 80 to 100 race number 5. The feature over 6, the Al Sprint, sponsored by Al Motors at listed level. And then out in distance to the 2,000 metre mark for the Lincoln Navigator. We finish off with a maiden over the mile. Here's who will not be joining us tonight. Race 1, number 2, Abyan comes out. Quite a few out for Rashid Borsley. Race 2, number 3, Decalogue for Jamie Osborne. Race 3, number 3, Arigato Gozai Masu will not partake in a third up run tonight. Also out in that race is the 9, Al Barak, and the 11, Hoob El Watan. And in race number 8, the 5, Amjad comes out for Doug Watson.
Pat and I are in the paddock garden ahead of racing to preview our 8 contests tonight. UAE National Day, as I said, commemorated around us. You'd have been busy around that time, I would imagine, 2nd of December.
Yeah, it's look, it's a very busy around this part of the world at that time. Well, in the UAE, you know, why wouldn't people be getting out and celebrating this wonderful country? I mean, it's a 4-day weekend, so it's good to see that plenty of people were out celebrating. And look, if you saw the celebrations that went on not only here but also in Abu Dhabi as well, it was unbelievable to watch, and fantastic to see so many patriots in this country, you know, celebrating and being so thankful for this wonderful country that they live in, and you know, so young but so rich and such a rich history in such a short amount of time.
Do you want to get any cricket chat out of the way?
No,
I basically gave Pat some abuse after one day.
He who laughs last, laughs longest.
Yeah,
so, yeah. I'll try and get that one out of the way. That was anyway.
Either way, but it's. I'm glad I was shouting when it happened.
Just got to take the moral.
It was terrible.
So just take the moral high ground, Tom. It's no worries. It's fine.
Quite right too. If you want to come to Dubai World Cup, the tickets are on sale. So get there. Dubai World Cup tickets are on sale. Go to DubaiRacingClub.com and get to the Dubai World Cup. It was sensational last year, but this year is the 30th anniversary. It will be spectacular. You need to get there, whether you like, frankly, whether you're into racing or not. It will be absolutely outstanding, and I can't wait for it. But there's plenty more water to go under the bridge as far as the carnival goes between now and then. So head to DubaiRacingClub.com and buy your Dubai World Cup tickets now. Last Saturday in March. First race then is the Lincoln Aviator Conditions race, and we've got juveniles lining up here and some good ones as well. Fair to say. That is, well, we're going to start with Union Security when we get there. A couple of pages of these. We finish up with Uncle Timo. And Union Security was a winner last time from 6 speed over 1200 on the dirt. Here we go. This was a mighty performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Look, I probably projected him to be the biggest danger to 6 speed. 6 speed didn't jump all too well, and that ultimately cost him the race. I don't think he would have beaten Union Security anyway. Great ride by Sam Hitchcock, rode right in behind the speed, and the horse just careered away to win. 4.5 lengths and change to go on and score. Cops a penalty for it, but look, I mean, it's drawn wide here tonight, but I'd say he's probably the benchmark of that group of horses. So even with the penalty here, I think he's still very much got a fair few rating points in hand, I think, at 90.
Go on, give us your 1, 2, 3.
Look, I've gone 1, 5 and 9 here. Union Security on top. Masood, I think, funnily enough, wearing the black cap, thought it was the pick of the 2 for Michael Costa, and the 9 in Spacetown. Look, 6 speed, I've got to be against him here. Statistics will say that gate 10, everything's against him here, kind of like Travis Head in the first test, but there was just one.
Fair enough.
Just one.
Allowed.
Yeah, look, I mean, everything's against 6 speed here. I mean, he's got to jump and he has to lead here. But look, going off what we saw last time out, if he doesn't jump and lead with ease, he just doesn't have anything on the back end. Maybe the race experience might help, but I'm totally against him here, and I think Union Security has got plenty of ability up his sleeve, and I don't think we actually saw the best of him. I think he's only going to improve as he gets more race fitness and race experience as well.
Yeah, a big performance on the dirt, particularly for a young horse. You know you can go backwards from it, but I think if you're looking at taking one on account of that, you're probably barking up the wrong tree. Very impressive. We're both with the same horse. Race number 2 is over 1,400 metres. This is a Meydan. It's the Lincoln Meydan, and we've got some potentially nice young horses in here. Look, hopefully something pretty nice comes out of this. A couple of pages again. Horses coming over from the UK, horses that are trained out here. Definitely have enhanced the programme, the horses that are coming over. We can see Ishtiar beating Heart of Libya and War Fuel. This was a trial. How much attention do you pay to this?
Look, I mean, there's a couple of horses here that we can, I guess, look at and say, yep, they've got the pass mark. They've shown at the trials that they can do it quite well. I mean, there's really good form, really good opinions around Ishtiar. I'll say that. I mean,
have you gone with Ishtiar?
No, I have not. The camp are quite confident that Ishtiar is forward enough to run well here. That's the emphasis. The emphasis is on, are they forward enough? Yes, they can go well over 1,000 metres on the dirt. That will show you that they handle the surface. The biggest question we have is the fitness there on the back end once they get into a full race conditions. I think there's a couple of horses that trialled really well that are in that camp. Murham for one, Ishtiar's another. Mayana was fantastic in her trial as well. But Fauzi Nasser's horses don't have a tendency to really fire early in the season. They usually need a bit of fitness before they come in. So
they had one, didn't they, a couple of years ago? Really nice juvenile.
Yep.
But I take that point, definitely.
So, I mean, Mayana's definitely one that I'm going to keep very close eye on how she goes tonight. But look, Ruler of Time, arguably, from reports, is working better and has shown more off the track in training than Devon Island.
Yeah.
So if that's the case and that is anything to go off, Ruler of Time should come out and be just as impressive, if not more. It's not always the case, but at the same time, if that is the case, it's very, very hard to oppose Ruler of Time here as the winning hope and potentially the best chance. So I'm with him.
I am as well on account of that. You know, speaking to Sophie Chrétien, who knows these horses out here, of course, so well. She made that point to me last week, and Devon Island, I think, was helped by the wide draw last week. Now, Ruler of Time is in amongst horses. That's a slight concern, but on what is expected and pure ability level, I'm with Ruler of Time.
Yeah, happy to stick with him. And look, I mean, again, the horse came out, probably had a couple of blunders in the UK, was a colt then, has been gelded. I think that may help the situation And yeah, I'm very much in his corner.
Race number 3 is a competitive handicap. First of 4 handicaps for over 1,200 metres. Few nons in here that Pat has taken you through. Obviously, Don Pacifico is an interesting runner, one of a few Night of Thunders on debut out here for Simon and Ed Crisford. And we've got just Barcal Emirat in there. Obviously, the 2 Ballsy horses don't go. All right, let's see Road Block first of all, beating Barcal Emirat. This was Roadblock here on the first meeting of the year. It was a nice performance, and Antonio Fresu is now on board. Connor Beasley was on board for a summer refi on this occasion.
Yeah, good to see Antonio here. A couple of big namers making their way back here to Dubai tonight. Look, Roadblock is a horse I think that was forward enough to put a good performance in and capitalised on a field of horses that potentially weren't 100% fit and ready to go. A lot of these horses using it as a stepping stone. I'm not taking away from the fact that Roadblock's win was impressive. He was wide. He took the race on with 500 or 600 to go and was able to sustain that gallop the whole way to the line to go on and win. So he deserves to be the highest rated horse here. And on face value, if you look at what Roadblock did with that win and Sir Harmony did at his first up performance at Jebel Ali, you've got to say Roadblock's got the advantage, especially with the track here. But this is a tougher field, and I've lent with Tourist here in this race. I thought his run up the hill at Jebel Ali was quite slick, to be fair. It's a different surface here at Meydan compared to what he did at Jebel Ali. But yeah, look, I'd like to see Tourist come out and you know, take the bull by the horns here in race number 3 here. Pat Dobbs rides inside gate, hopefully box seats, and has something to offer on the back end.
I want to have a look at Don Pacifico. It's not my selection, but I just think there's a few really interesting Crisford runners out here. First up on the dirt, Don Pacifico has got some good form back in the UK and shows some early gate speed as well. Lightly raced, this 3-year-old son of Night of Thunder. And the point about the Night of Thunders is, you know, that we haven't had too many go on the dirt out here, but he's a Dubawi and he's one of the leading sons of Dubawi. And we know what Dubawi can do on this surface and the turf as well. And he's had a really great last couple of years, Night of Thunder. And I'll be interested to see if the horse can take to it. They obviously selected him as one that can. I don't know if you've got anything to add to that.
No, not really. Look, I mean, from what I've seen and what we're going into, I don't think he's probably the cream of the crop for the horses that Simon and Ed Crisford have got here for Raba Racing to run on the dirt. I think he's going to learn a lot here tonight. He's going to use this as a bit of a stepping stone. I'm against him, but I think he'll hopefully improve off whatever we see tonight. But yeah, Tourist each way for me.
Okay. Do you know who I've gone with?
Don Pacifico?
No, I'm genuinely asking for help. I can't remember.
Okay. No.
It's not a strong opinion race for me. It might have been Welcome Dream.
Okay.
No, I'll keep you on tenterhooks until it is Welcome Dream, I'm being told. Really fancy it.
From 11?
No,
actually, no, from 9 of 9 now. Or 8, thankfully.
Do you know what it is? I got a hangover with this horse. I honestly, I've supported him a few times in previous connections. Yeah, I think today could be the day, but it's not a strong opinion race.
But
the next one is.
It's one of those races, though.
Race number 4 is, and I really fancy Grey Boss. I'm going to come to that. This is the 1,600 metres dirt handicap, sponsored by Ford Mac E. We've got a couple of pages of these. El Jadaf knows his way around here. Good old Silver Sword trying the dirt. Don't think it's going to work out, but good luck to them. Grey Boss, Narato. Second page, we've got the likes of Gamekeeper, Condor Passa, Darkstream, Artist, Action Point. All right, so Grey Boss won a maiden and then was going to run a couple of weeks ago, taken out of a hot handicap when they had, what's the name of the Bupat horse in the last couple of weeks ago? I can't remember the name, that took on Heart of Honour. Either way, it was Galactic Star. Our producer's very good this week, very good. My favourite. But Grey Boss, I think, could be well treated here, and I think they are fancied the horse a couple of weeks ago as well.
Yeah, they did. They certainly did, and everything was against him to potentially, you know, fall at the sort of the final moments of the race and go down, because not physically, but just in regards to an effort, because he'd drawn wide. There was a lot of speed to his inside, and he was going to be 3 deep. There was just no way he wasn't going to be. And the manner in which he was able to continue to overcome the challenges and go on and win, it was an amazing performance. I've been stuck in a bit of a situation here because I've got 2 horses. Very Rishi Prasad-like. When Rishi loves sticking with horses. I mean, he probably tipped a Salam bin Gadai horse 3 years ago, and he decides to tip it every single start because...
How did that work out for him last year?
Well, no, good. He ran last, yeah. So, sticking strong. I mean, kind of like the English with Bazball. It's a bit ridiculous. But anyway, Grey Boss has been able to do that. Narato is another horse that I stuck strong with, and he was able to go on and do it. So I'm interested to see how both of these go. It was a flip of the coin for me. Narato on top for me just. And I'm glad that we're sort of opposing each other here, because I like you're making a case for Grey Boss. I totally see him winning as well. I think both have massive upside. Narato for me, though, just from the draw.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I just had to go one more.
That's fine. You got a lead of 12 and you're 6 down.
Yeah.
That's worrying. I just thought I'd update on that. And we've dropped another one. Okay, I'm with Grey Boss pretty strongly. I thought you'd go Grey Boss. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, well, I mean,
genuinely, I really thought you might.
This is a hard thing. I think I was the only one who tipped him when he actually won last start. So, Narato has got a lot of upside as well. He's a horse that I think the pennies finally dropped with him. He learnt a lot. He had even though Grey Boss was 3 wide and had a very, very tough run, Narato was just as impressive because he had to go back, 3 back the fence, take his medicine, cop a lot of dirt in the face, and then was able to come out and produce a really, really strong effort. So I think at the way that this race sort of shapes out, Grey Boss has potentially got a tendency to be wide again. Didn't run into something with as much upside as Narato. So, yeah, as I said, flip of the coin for me, but I'm sticking strong with Narato. I think gate 5 is going to see him in a nice spot, potentially 1-1.
Race number 5, 1,400 metres for this Ford handicap. And good horses in here. Kanjar obviously knows what to do around here. Gorak's fascinating. Don't know how it's going to work out on the dirt. It's a Gokken, but interesting horses out here. Second page, all the way down to Nayar, who knows how to win here. We'll have a look at some Jebel Ali form. Fight Zone. How strong is this, do you think? I know sometimes you'll look at Jebel Ali races and go, that's going to translate well. What about this one?
Yeah, look, it's a tough race to assess because I don't think anyone was expecting Fight Zone to come out and win. Jebel Ali has been a big venue for big price winners the last 2 meetings especially. I think if you looked at the average price SP overseas of some of these horses, it would have been 20-1 would be the average price for the last 2 meetings. So look, I'm not really sure what to make of Fight Zone. Was with Doug Watson, was sold last year. He's notoriously had a fair few niggles over his career that they've had to manage. Abu Bakr Dowd seems to have the horse going well. There's no knock with Danny Tudhope jumping on board. He's an excellent pilot. And look, the horse was quite impressive. If anything, the thing that I'll take out of it the most is that Tourist ran second, and I've tipped Tourist on top. So I've got to give some respect to Fight Zone in this upcoming race. But I'm not with him on top, even though I do respect his chances. It's another open event.
Who are you with?
I'm with Kanjar here.
I definitely see that.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a run-of-the-mill stalwart horse for Musab Al Maheri, one of these Shadwell horses that's been around for a fair while. He's 6 years old now. He's at that sort of mark, and he's probably, this is the kind of race where you'd see him, striking while the iron's hot. So Antonio Fresu jumps aboard, good gate. I mean, his each-way odds overseas, would not be shocked to see him run a really good race. And in a couple of horses here that probably were a bit of unknowns. I mean, Destructive returns here. Good to see him back.
And you remember what they did with Imperial Emperor, same colours.
Correct.
I know
exactly.
It's different, and I think he'd had a run out here, hadn't he? But even though he won first up last season, but
I mean, Michael Bell had
a chance. I think he's worth having a go at. Yeah. It's that sort of race where you could get a pinger.
You are with Destructive.
Yeah, because you could just get one that you 100%. Go, oh wow, they've done it again. So they probably won't happen.
I'll mention to you the reason the other horse here in Telemark, as for horses that Simon Ned Crisford have got that are sort of your your benchmark horses that are looking to potentially progress through. He's probably the horse, again, another Night of Thunder. He's potentially the horse I think that could be their little X factor horse that might, progress through. I think I would take Telemark as a better chance tonight over Don Pacifico, in all honesty. But look, I'll stick with Kanjar. Knows the track well. He's a stalwart here. He'll be giving a side. I think he'll be in the finish.
Okay, move on to the Al Garoud Sprint. This is the listed contest. It's the feature, and you've got a previous winner, as I've already mentioned, in the form of Colour Up, who's taken this before. But poor old Colour Up. He was up against it with Tuz last year. He's up against it with Dark Saffron again this year. Revelation since switched back to this surface Dark Saffron. Bred for it, but they rolled the dice on the turf a little bit. But now, bang! I mean, it was a massive surprise that this horse went and won on World Cup night. And he's had a run again this year, so God, he's hard to oppose, isn't he? He'll just go forward and dominate.
He had a good blow after this race as well. He come back, you could see he was noticeably puffed. He needed that run here, and although you saw Connor Beasley sort of eased off him a little bit here in the final 100 metres. He certainly will take plenty from this performance. It's good that he's not going into the Al Garoud Sprint first up. He's been able to blow the cobwebs out there in that first race, and I think even though he's drawn 6 of 7, he's going to be very hard to beat here. Mufasa was a very good run, the Godolphin Mile, but again, he's probably a horse looking for that 1,400 metres to a mile as he gets further into his preparation. Probably needs the fitness. I think the biggest threat to Dark Saffron, I've tipped Dark Saffron on top, shock horror. Raba was impressive. William Haggis had this horse running over a mile in the UK. Trust Masaba Omahiri to pick up a horse from Europe, change things up a little bit and bring the horse out and produce a new level. 58-1 up the hill over 1,000 metres at Jebel Ali. That's just unheard of. You don't see that all too often, especially on a neutral track where we weren't getting fast times all day. It was a clear overachievement for this horse and no one expected it. I think Danny Tudhope was even as shocked as anyone when he looked over his left shoulder and could see no one within 10 lengths of him. The horse has got plenty of speed. I don't know if Meydan's going to suit him. Hold fire. He'll be a Jebel Ali sprint horse. You'd absolutely, bet your bottom dollar on it. But Raba, I think, is potentially that horse that we've got a bit of an unknown here. And if they do go and there's a bit of pace, maybe Raba could be a potential threat here to Dark Saffron. But I'll stick with the good horse. 112 Raider, and for a reason, and for the right reasons.
190,000 dirham on offer for race number 7. That's a handicap, sponsored by Lincoln Navigator. We're over 2,000 metres for this. Couple of pages as you'd expect. Go Soldier Goes, regular out here. Arabian Tail looking to get back in the winner's enclosure. On the second page you'll see Izaj. Don't know what happened last time, but I think the horse is better than that. Potentially book reviews, possible pace angle in there. Well, possible pace angle. Is a pace angle in there, but reviews just how long he sticks around. He's going to tempt me in again one of these days. Let's have a look at Izaj. This was a success at Meydan this time last year, but we should also touch on what the heck happened last time. It was sort of too bad to be true, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, probably needed the run, to be fair. Again, racing a fair few, at least a grade or two higher than where he was when he was dominating these races. And albeit that was over 2,200 metres, this win here. So I'm interested to see how he goes out to 2,000 here. There's multiple horses you can make a case for. Izaj will be better for the run. I think that's a tale, but that's a certainty. But I don't think you could stop at potentially 6. I think there's 6 horses here who make a case for themselves. It's one of those races.
I wanted to touch on 2 Simon and Christopher horses. One is Estimra, who was behind Heart of Honour on debut, but hasn't necessarily kicked on for that. The other one is Arblan, who is a Solaria winner, traditionally a really good Group 3 contest, which has produced subsequent Group 1 winners. And this was when winning it, Arblan in the Godolphin Blue. Now, since then, it hasn't worked out because he reappeared in the race won by Ghostwriter at Newmarket, at the autumn, I think, and then had a couple of years off the track. So, and obviously needed that run before coming out here for New Connections. So it's hard to know what to expect, but on back class, and he's a Dubawi, like this is a proper horse. Dubawi out of a US-bred mare as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. Look, I mean, they've done their homework as potentially trying to find this horse as a a dirt prospect for them.
And the way he moves, I don't think he'll have a problem with the surface.
No, I don't
really
think
claws
so.
At the ground.
He definitely moves like a dirt horse on the grass, to be fair. So yeah, exciting to see how he fares here. Ablan, Danny Tudhope on board for Raba Racing. He's equal highest rater here off 95. I found this a very tough race to decipher, and I purely went with a horse who was firing early in the last 2 seasons at this time of year around this grade, and that was La Reche. He's a price overseas. He's double figures, but he's off 91. He's a 5-year-old son of Ishraj. He's got good enough form here. He's drawn well. So, look, it was a bit of a stab in the dark here on. I mean, I could have gone with Moonblade. I could have gone with Go Soldier Go, Quality Humour. Arabian Tail on his day could win this. But look, La Reche historically fires fresh, does his best work first, second, maybe into his 3rd run, and then he tails away. So fresh up, I think he's the horse that I'll be siding with here.
Okay, that was half my with Ishraj as well. 1 second up last year, although he had run better first up. So I'm with him, but it's open. Race number 8 is the Ford Expedition Meydan, 1,600 metres for this. Obviously, plenty of people are going to be drawn to Honest Moon. We'll come to that horse who's on the 2nd page. But a mixture of experience in here for these 3-year-olds and upwards. Desert Horizon and Hallucinogenia, the 5-year-olds in the field. And then Honest Moon is horse number 11, as you can see, and that's where we're going to start. Why doesn't it rated 97? Like, why doesn't this horse just go and win this? Well, I suppose the problem is he's yet to go and win a contest.
Can I also put something into the sort of? This is the way I read the race as well.
This is the 3rd to Galactic Star, by the way.
Connor Beasley is the #1 rider for Ahmed bin Hamish. Why is he riding Al Farik?
Well,
Sam Hitchcott is notoriously the 2nd rider for Ahmed bin Hamish. Why is he riding Hidden Secret? Saif El Belushi is a great rider in his own right.
But would it be? Is it possibly Abdullah Al Mansouri asking for Saif?
Maybe.
That's what I read. That's what I'm saying. Because otherwise it doesn't make sense.
That's what I'm saying. It could be an owner requesting Saif to ride it. I'm sure Saif will do a great job, drawn very well. But at the end of the day, I mean, like, yeah, you've essentially got Ahmed bin Hamish's 3rd string jockey on board to ride Honest Moon. Is the owner asking for it, or is the horse needing the run? I've taken the punt and said that he needs the run. He's a horse that's probably going on to bigger and better things here from here. So I'm gone away from him. I've actually sided with Frostfire here at a price.
Let's have a look at the horse. Go on.
Yeah, so look, this horse, Frostfire, trialled very, very well, handles the dirt. That was a tick that we needed to see. This is his run. You can see him 3 back the fence here, William Pereira on, and rode the rail home here. And if you watch him in the final stages, this is a horse that's is going to be going well on dirt. Would you believe it? Another Night of Thunder. Watch him track up here. William Pereira not a horse, not the most active of jockeys late in a race, that's for sure. But you can see him absolutely truck to the line here. It looked like he was never let off the bit at any stage. So I'm intrigued to see how Frostfire goes here once he gets back onto this surface and potentially, finds himself into a race on a much bigger track than what Abu Dhabi provided for him there. Hopefully, from 8, he's able to find a spot, not 3 wide, but at least in the running line with cover, and he's produced at the top of the straight for an ultimate effort. So I found it an open enough race, but I thought Frostfire, I think 16-1 overseas is a decent enough price to say he could be a bit of each way value on the card.
Okay. I'm trying to play it safe, and I thought Honest Moon was pretty obvious, so okay. I'll go for Team Obvious. Let's recap your selections, please, if we can.
Can do.
8 for tonight.
Can do. Race number 1 with Union Security, obviously. I think he's a very smart horse on the rise. Ruler of Time, if the reports are correct, should be going on and winning tonight. Tourist is a nice horse for Doug Watson. Hopefully he can go well. I'm going with Narato in race 4. I thought it was a coin flip between him and Grey Boss. Kanjar, one of the stalwarts to win race 5. Dark Saffron in the feature. I'll go La Reche at a price in race number 7, and also Frostfire at odds in the last. Couple of odd, high-priced stabs in the dark in the last couple of races.
Doing well in our in-house competition. Let's have a look at my 8. We agree with Union Security and Ruler of Time. Welcome Dream, Grey Boss, I really hope wins. I'm quite strong on Destructive, Dark Saffron, Izaj, and Honest Moon.
We've got 3 of the 8 winners. Race 1, race 2, race 6.
What's the race 6 we agree with?
Dark Saffron.
Oh, Dark Saffron, that shit.
So,
yeah. Hopefully.
There's 3 for you. Work out the other 5.
We did all right last week, and hopefully I haven't dropped the ball this week, which is incidentally what England cricketers have been doing all day, Pat.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus, it's gone after yourself there.
Might as well.
Wow. Uno reverse.
Slippery-fingered morons, a lot of them.
Looking forward to tonight. Should be good.
Should be really good.
Yeah, Algahood Sprinter, and it's always a nice little hotly contested race as well. Plenty of excitement from start to finish, and they won't be taking too long to get around the track, I'm sure.
All right, we will be having a look at the runners for the first in not too long, and Pat will hot-foot it up to the commentary box. See you shortly. Antonio Fresu joins me, and great to have Antonio back at Meydan. Can you remember where the first time you rode out here was? How long does that go back, Antonio?
2016. Yeah, I mean, almost 10 years ago. So I spent seven winters here before I moved to America 2.5 years ago. I had a lot of fun, it's always nice to be back. Meydan is a beautiful place to be.
I remember when the sort of idea of you going to America was really gathering a pace, and people were saying, well, maybe there were connections were saying, oh, we could get Antonio out to America. He clearly rides the dirt very well. Has it sort of gone even better than you ever could have imagined?
Yeah, I went there. I wasn't expecting much at the beginning, but I had a good agent, a good support from Doug O'Neill. That was the main reason why I went there. Michael Adolphson helped me to meet Doug O'Neill, and he always proposed to move overseas.
And you come back here now, I guess, with sort of different ammunition at your disposal. You're going to be a better rider, I guess, for having been out and experienced what it's out like stateside?
Every experiences that you make, bad or good, makes you, probably different. Over the years, you get wiser, you get more experience, and obviously in America you have a lot of dirt racing that helps you a lot, especially when you ride on the dirt even here. So, listen, I had a great almost 3 years in America. I've been enjoying it, and I'm really happy to come back here every time I can.
How long we got you for?
I'll stay 3 weeks now, and then we'll see.
Well, it's good to have you here. Are you here sort of just picking up rides where possible, effectively, and has that been pretty easy?
Yeah, we had a slow December in California, so I'll try to go to Dubai, see some friends, and pick up some rides, what I can, and obviously it's tough. There's plenty of good jockeys here. It's not going to be easy. But, today I found with Michael 6 rides, which is really nice, as his first day back.
Is there one horse that you think's got a particularly good chance tonight of winning?
I really like the Shadow horse, Kanjar, even though that he has 62 kg, but I thought he ran nicely first time out this season. So he should come on a lot from that race.
And just picking out El Nasib, but look, I know it's not going to be easy because you've got a World Cup winner in there, World Cup night winner in there, but he does go fresh, and particularly coming into last season came with a bit of expectation.
Listen, he showed plenty of ability in his past. It's not an easy race with Dark Saffron and Mufasa. It's a small field, but it's really tough. But I think, like you say, he ran well fresh, and it's a nice horse, so let's see what he can do today.
Wish you all the best. Thanks, Antonio.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Conditions race over 6 kicks things off, or 1,200 metres. We're going to take a walk out with Union Security, who is the one they've probably all got to beat off the back. Well, I think they have all got to beat off the back of the defeat of Na-M last time. Form looks okay, but mainly that was just such a dominant performance. He's a very well put together, strong looking son of Maximum Security, his Union Security, and he had no problem with the 1,200 on debut. They're sticking to that distance, and he was just mega impressive. One of a few 2-year-olds from this yard that have caught the eye this year, including a filly that has done just the same. Let's take a walk with number 5. So I drop back to number 5, and that is Masood, son of McLean's Music. Haven't seen anything of this horse so far here in a race proper. Wears a red hood. Nice looking animal. Looks very strong. Quite a nice looking unit. I think you'd take a little step forward for it, but you'd expect that. Won't be too hard on them too early. Ray Dawson takes the ride on Masood for Michael Costa. The horse behind is, in fact, I'll focus on the other Costa horse. That's Shayesh, number 7. Number 7 also coming out here, who is a horse bred for this service. Sylvester de Souza ride, shaped with promise on debut at Jebel Ali, and is having another go over this distance. Also red-hooded. All right, there we are. They're going to make their way out just behind us. There's still one to come, which is 6 Speed. In fact, I might just afford the chance to look back at 6 Speed, because this horse had form with Union Security just coming towards us, and was put in his place on that occasion. I could see him featuring definitely, but seeing him get past Union Security is not all that easy for all you'd associate with this yard than moving forward for their first run of the year. There they are, making their way down the tunnel. We'll head up and join Pat Comerford.
Thank you very much, Tom. Very excited to be joining alongside you here tonight for this upcoming meeting. We are on the dirt once again. Great to hear that the turf is back next week. So very exciting to see turf racing back in action here at Meydan, and we'll have that first mixed program next week. But nevertheless, a nice card of racing. The Algahood Sprint is shaping up to be a classic contest here, and Dark Saffron is certainly the horse that really highlights right at the top of the list there. Runners heading into the first very shortly. They've got the horses coming into the parade ring now for race number 1. As you said, a conditions race over 6 furlongs. Taking out the 2 here in Abyan. We're left with 9, and we head to our first horse shortly. Into the parade we go. Horse number 1 here for this evening is none other than Union Security. Very impressive there in his opening performance, where he was able to go on and score in impressive style. He's drawn a little wide tonight, coming into gate number 8 here now with the scratching, but Connor Beasley will ride for Ahmed bin Hamish. He comes in off the rating of 90. He's only got to carry 1 kilo more. He looks the benchmark and the horse to beat here in tonight's opening contest. Number 3 is our next horse, Al Kawanij. Adri de Vries and Marwan Al Badei combine here. This one for Ahmed Al Sheikh, the 2-year-old colt by Honest Mischief. Steps out for its first up performance and run. We'll learn a lot more about this horse here after we get to see him at the races, but another one of our many debutants here in the first. 4 is Law of Pharaohs. It's had the 1 start over 1,100 metres. That was at Shanti on the turf. Beaten 11 lengths on that occasion. That was back on the 1st of June. So it's had some time off. Returns to the races here and makes its dirt debut for Masaba Al Maheri. Danny Tudhope to ride, the son of American Pharaoh. 5 is Masood. It'll wear the black cap. 2 runners here for Michael Costa. Ray Dawson to ride. This one for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the 2-year-old colt by McLean's Music, having its first start here this evening. Probably looking at how it's performed here so far, looking at its trials, it looks a horse that should be ready to go here in its first up performance. Looks a logical threat to some of the proven contenders here in the race. One to watch. 6 is Miss Your Chance for Francisco Goncalves. Julio Olajuara trains for Al Lath Racing. Last start was overseas. That was on the 24th of August. This horse has made its way across from France. A new addition, 2 wins from 5 starts here for this horse. A winner of a novice, and that was at Catterick in July of 2025. The 2-year-old filly by Kotei Glory on race experience is the most experienced of the bunch. 7 is Shah Yesh. It's had the 1 run in maiden company. That was on the 15th of November at Jebel Ali in maiden grade, beaten 3.33 lengths to Rakan over 1,200 metres. Makes its Meydan debut here tonight. We'll see if the race experience may see Shah Yesh take a step forward from the debut. Number 8, 6 Speed, jumped slowly, missed away and had to be mustered through to lead and find the top. Did fade in the late stages to be beaten by Union Security, amongst others, running 3rd on that occasion. Hopefully jumps well, but has drawn the widest here, now coming out of gate number 9 in a 9-horse field. So the jump will be crucial for the 2-year-old colt by Not This Time. Number 9 is next. That is Space Town, a debutant here for Juma Mubarak Al Janabi. Musaba Al Maheri and Richard Mullen combined. They've already had a good weekend so far, or good race week so far, with 2 winners last night at Elaine. Looking at continuing on with it here at Meydan. Draws well in 2. Akaram Racing saddle up the final horse to look at here. Uncle Timo, the 2-year-old colt by Uncle Mo. Antonio Fresu rides for Bupat Sema. And this horse is a runner that we'll learn a fair bit more about here as we see him take to the track for the first time. Looks like he's carrying a bit of condition, so hopefully a nice starting point here and only upwards from this debut run. That's our runners for race number 1, and riders about to climb aboard here for the opening event. We go 6 in the first event. It is meeting number 3 at Meydan about to kick off. Meeting number 16 for the UAE season, and we'll be underway. Horses heading to the tunnel shortly.
Al Kawanij is here. Great to have Al Kawanij here, but great to have Ahmad Al Sheikh here, representing Green Team Racing, or your name on the race card today. So great to have you here with a runner. How are you?
Thank you very much. That's fine. It's a Green Team Racing and Ahmad Sheikh, both same team. But in Dubai, we don't have license for a Green Team. That's why.
When did the? But I always know you as Ahmad Al Sheikh, and Green Team came in sort of more recently in the UK, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Maybe in Dubai it will be soon, but we will see how it works.
How many runners are you likely to have, do you think, in this early part of the season here, Ahmad?
Yeah, we have just 2 right now. Maybe there are 1 coming, maybe from Owen Burrows. We still not decide yet. We see Al Wasl Storm. If he will be fine, maybe he will come for the February maybe.
That'd be fantastic. I'm a huge fan of that horse. A lovely looking horse.
He's a great horse. He surprised everyone. If you remember last year, he set back in about end of July, beginning of August, and now he will come back, I think, to in full training soon.
And what sort of race do you think would suit him out here? On the turf, yeah, eventually?
Yeah, he will be in the turf. We'll find for him one race. Then maybe we'll go to Dubai Cup if we can.
The Gold Cup, 2 miles.
Gold Cup 2 mile, yeah.
I remember being in the paddock at Epsom, and we didn't know what to expect when he walked past. And Ruby Walsh, who you all know is one of the greatest ever jockeys, said, "I love this horse."
Yeah, I think that time the track, suits him. Epsom, suit any horse. And we've been very hard on him to go ask it straight away in 2 weeks. Then we gave him time and he came back in Newbury in very good way.
Well, good luck with him. What are you expecting from Al Kawanij here?
Really, if he run like with the trial, he will be in top 3. That's what we respect. I think the favorite Ahmed bin Harmash horse is a really nice horse. Yeah, I think so.
We wish you all the best. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well, we've touched on Al Kawanij, and that horse is best turned out. So, well done to the horse, well done to the individual leading him around. That's Abad Yazdani, and Abad takes home 650 dirham for being with the best turned out horse, Al Kawanij. And that is being presented by the CEO of PHI Advertising, Mr. Ali Essa. Thank you ever so much to you, Ali. And thanks to PHI Advertising for 650 dirham each race to the winning groom with the best turned out horse. That's Al Kawanij. All right, there is Union Security, pony down to the start. Really smart performance last time, and the expectation is he's going to go in and score again. Now, good performance on the dirt, can take some backing up. Horses don't always go forward from it. Sometimes they can come back, although it's 28 days between innings for this horse, they can come back below par, but I don't think that's something to level against this horse if we don't know. He's a standout of this division so far, has rated 90 off that first start. He looked pretty tractable where he could lay up last time. He came up the inside. He's drawn widest of all here. I don't think that's be a problem. I think he'll come out and either try and cut across and lead or just track the pace, and he should be very tough to beat. Union Security, son of Maximum Security, proper US pedigree. Connor Beasley takes the ride for Ahmed bin Harmash. It was Sam Hitchcock on board last time. Now this horse was third to Union Security, last time, ran well, came out of one of the inner gates, comes out of 10 now. It's not going to make life too easy necessarily, just outside of Union Security. I can see the horse featuring. He was beaten 8.5 lengths. I would normally associate this yard's juveniles with taking a big old step forward for their first starts. Proper US pedigree, but he has got a bit to find, even with the weight reversal with Union Security. Shayesh lines up for His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. They also have Masood, the team there, Michael Costa. Sylvester de Souza rides Shayesh, who's had a go so far behind Rakan at Jebel Ali. Should strip a bit fitter, but more importantly, should be a bit more streetwise off the back of that run. But again, it wasn't up to what Union Security showed on debut. And what do we expect from this horse? Uncle Timo. Antonio Fresu rides for Bupat Simar. Obviously not the first string. That would be 6-speed, who's had a go so far. But this is one of two in the race for Bupat Simar. He's an Uncle Mo colt, bred for this surface. And you never know. They can always unearth a good one on debut. But again, they do often take a bit of a leap forward for it. He'll come out of stall number 6, 2 minutes to post. What is a good-looking conditions race. Lincoln Aviator supporting. 210,000 dirham on offer here, 126,000 to the winner. And we'll see how they get on very shortly. They're still circling out the back. There's Law of Pharaoh. Is it American Pharaoh? Come out of stall number 1. He's had a go over in France. Stall 1 on debut here is, no, it's not his racecourse debut, but on debut in the UAE is tricky because you don't particularly want to miss it. Now, there are some newcomers and it's not the biggest field. So, you know, Danny might find himself with more options than if it was a bigger field with more experienced horses, but it's still going to make life harder if you do miss it a beat, because you're guaranteed a bit of kickback in your face, and that can take some getting used to at this speed. I'll finish up with Masood. Just have a look at Masood, who I like the look of in the flesh. Ray Dawson rides for Michael Costa. He's bred for this surface. And one of a host of potentially nice young juveniles for the yard. He'll come out of 8 on debut. Imagine he'll be allowed to sort of find his feet before tracking over and getting a position. If he can be, you know, 2 wide and a couple back, I think they'll be pretty happy. So, loading process is underway. Looking forward to seeing what Union Security, amongst others, can do on second start here. And there's a good pot on offer, Pat.
But there is, Tom. Thank you very much. Runners starting to come forward here now. So we've got Laura Ferro's loaded away. Space Town has come up along with Uncle Timo. Good to see Antonio Fresu back here riding. Christian De Muro is another addition to tonight's racing with big racing nights as well with His Highness the President Cup at Abu Dhabi. So plenty of racing and good prize money on offer in the United Arab Emirates this weekend. Here's Al Kawanij loading forward for Audrey de Vries. Couple more to come up. Union Security and 6-speed will be the last 2 coming up into 8 and 9. We go without the 2 Abyan. It's a scratching here from the opening event. Union Security overseas at a short quote, and understandable after the blistering performance last time out. 6 furlongs, got a few of these tonight. Ready to go and away. 6-speed jumped with them tonight, and it goes up to contest the lead with Miss Your Chance. Space Town, Uncle Timo up in the first quartet. A length and a half back to Shayesh. Union Security is 3 deep, travelling along okay. From up on the inside, Law of Pharaohs. A gap to El Kawanij and Masood are second last and last. So they work off the back section here. Inside the 800 metres they travel, and it's Miss Your Chance who's putting it to 6-speed here. The margin ahead. Into third on the inside. inside now, Space Town, followed by Uncle Timo, Shayesh in between them. A length and a half to Union Security, who's ridden along here as well. He's under a bit more pressure than last start. 2.5 lengths back to Masood, a length and a half to Laura Ferros, 4 lengths El Kawanij. They swing, and it's 6 Speed and Miss Your Chance who are broken away here. These two pair away by 5 lengths to Space Town. Union Security trying to peg away here, but 6 Speed's found a little bit more the outside. Miss Your Chance going with 6 Speed, who's got the tendency to lay in here. 6 Speed trying to throw it away, but 6 Speed still got 3/4 of a length now on Miss Your Chance. 8 lengths back to Masood. It's going to be 6 Speed's night tonight. 1 length and 3/4 from Miss Your Chance. Masood third over, and fourth across there was El Kawanij, who ran on there well late. He'll be looking for more ground. Space Town next, Union Security not in it. Then came next over Shayesh, followed there by Uncle Timo, and the last one to greet the judge was Laura Ferros. Got the tendencies of a horse here who needs everything to go his way. He got the speed early there and jumped on terms with them, was able to burn across from the wide draw, and I think he had a few people scratching their heads last start. He has atoned tonight. 6 Speed goes on to win when a few of them, certainly including myself, had counted him out. 112.33, a length and 3/4 by 5, 8, 6, 5 and 3 your numbers. 6 Speed, your winner, Tiger Shea and Bhupat Seema strike the board early.
Well, we'll take it back from the gate. 6 Speed was away very well, got a nice prominent position and just taken a big step forward. Bhupat Seema winning trainer for that first start, it seems. Well done.
Yeah, thanks very much, Tom. I mean, this horse, he's been training really well, but the first race, I think he fluffed his start. He jumped up in air, and I think he had to use him up a little bit in his first race, and I think he ran out of gas in the end. But this time he was well schooled, and I think the gate crew's done a great job with him to schooling him. And yeah, we were expecting quite a lot out of him.
So did you think he was a lot better than he showed you last time? For all he ran with credit, you thought that you'd not let one get away, but he would show a lot more tonight.
Yeah, his homework was so good, and although he ran third first time out, but he did disappoint us a little bit because should have run better than that. But they're juveniles first time out. But I think he's put it to bed this time with more experience.
Yeah, he showed good gate speed, but he really grounded out towards the end as well. How do you see him developing this season?
I think he's a nice colt. I mean, I'm not sure how far will he go. He does have a lot of speed. That's why it's called 6 Speed. So I hope his stamina can carry him at least for the Guineas distance.
Okay, so that's what you'll be working back from, a Guineas type horse. Would you want to try him over 7 before then?
Yeah, we'll go back and look up the condition book. He's had 2 races. He's a bit of a fidgety horse, so you don't want to overcook him either. We'll just have to go back and see what's best for him.
Well done, congrats.
Thanks so much, thank you.
Really nice performance from 6 Speed then to go on and score, who mastered a Missy Chance. Masood, Union Security just was at it in the early part of the race. They honestly, they can take a step back for a really big performance on the dirt. I mean, you'd have to say that's what this horse has done. He was better than that on first start. So they'll go back and try and work out what went wrong here. Maybe a bit of time. I wouldn't give up on him at all. Masood's run really well, particularly given this was a first start. Did like him in the flesh. He came out of stall number 8. He's run on really well. I think he'll improve for that. And I would say that Al Kawanij's connections, including Ahmad Al Sheikh, will be happy with what that horse has shown on debut, running into 4th. But 6 Speed, the winner for Bhupat Seema and for Tiger Shea.
And the unofficial numbers here for race number 1, the Lincoln Aviator. 8, 6, 5 and 3. 8, 6, 5, 3. 112.33 winners time. 1 3/4 by 5 lengths. 8, 6, 5 and 3. 6 Speed, your unofficial winner.
So, winner of our first race, ridden by Tiger Shea, trained by Bhupat Seema. A nice colt, son of Not This Time, 2-year-old. has taken our opening race, and that is 6 Speed. Multiple champion jockey back in the winner's enclosure, Tiger O'Shea. Well done, Tiger. That was a step forward from first time. What were the key differences?
Yeah, look, he drew barrier 9 and 9 the first night. He drew barrier 10 and 10 tonight. So we knew the ability was there. He stepped a little bit slow the first night, like all babies can do. We took him home, we schooled him plenty, but look, I won't lie to you, I thought Union Security was the horse. Obviously, he was very impressive first up. But my horse hung for whatever reason that night. He banged himself coming out of the gate. And he doesn't normally hang to the right, but he did on his first run. So, look, we took plenty away from it. And as I said, he hasn't been blessed with a gate number again tonight. But experience is key. Jumped, travelled, and I was happy just to sit second and square him up at the top of the straight to Philly, because I knew I had a fit horse and he'd get to the line well.
And I know that horses like yours can take a big step forward. Other horses, they can do a big performance on the dirt and go the other way a little bit. I mean, he's comprehensively reverse form with Union Security, but do you feel like that's a sort of race with a nice bunch, if you like?
Yeah, listen, Boopit and the team worked back from March. You know, Rome wasn't built in a day, and if I got a dirham for everyone telling us our horses were a bit slow off the blocks in November, they won't be saying that at the end of December, early January.
Good stuff, well done.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And correct weight is given in race number 1, 8, 6, 5 and 3, 8, 6, 5 and 3. Correct weight, race 1, 6 Speed, your winner, 112.33. Winning margin, a length and 3/4.
Time for the presentation then from our opening race. That's the Lincoln Aviator Conditions race. Good amount of money on offer here. Our thanks to Altyre Motors for supporting it, 210,000 dirham. And to make the presentation, we can welcome to the stage Mr. Chris Deacon, who is the General Manager at Ford and Lincoln Sales Altyre Motors. Thank you, Chris. He'll be presenting one trophy to our winning connections of 6 Speed, who was very impressive on second start. And congratulations to all involved. Please welcome to the stage, representing Blue Blood Racing Syndicate, Kamesh Matani, Ankita Matani and Dhruv Sani. Right, his face is at the race this time. Your chance to win 500 dirham just from smiling. That's all you got to do. And I have noticed some people winning and not even smiling. That's not really acceptable, but hopefully you all smile tonight. You're smiling, so well done. Actually laughing. I'm not sure that counts. Obviously the man opposite you is very funny. Who else have we got showing us a good smile? Very good smile. I like a beard around a smile. It really lets those teeth shine out. Who else have we got? You would have been my winner, sir, but don't worry. Lovely beard. 500 dirham is going to go to our winning smile. It's coming from the paddock garden. I think it might be the frenetic waver. Oh, and the hands as well. It's got to be. The winner is you. Definitely. Yes, you've won 500 dirham. Excellent use of the hands. Well done, madam. You need to head to the reward centre to collect your prize.
Welcome back into the parade, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set here very shortly for our upcoming event, our next race here for our Friday night at Meydan. This one is the Lincoln. It's brought to you by Altair Motors, and we do have this over the 1,400 metres on dirt. Let's head into the parade. First horse we're going to have a look at is Aberroy. He is a son of Honour AP. He comes into this as a certain likely hope for this upcoming race. He's got a nice performance under the belt already. I mean, he probably wasn't too close to the winners, but he certainly didn't disgrace himself in that opening run at Meydan. He'll have learnt plenty from it, and he draws a much better gate this time around. We'll see how he fares. Aberroy coming out for his second career start. Number 2 is Awesome Fleet. He's drawn a little wide in 10 here. Salim bin Gudaya trains for His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, Bernardo Pinheiro to ride here. He's a 2-year-old colt by US Navy flag, Awesome Fleet. Not much to really go off on his trial performance, but we look forward to seeing how he fares here. We'll know more about him after this opening run. Number 3, Decalogue, is out. Number 4, Heart of Libya, another one who's drawn a little sticky, but the stablemate ran good in the first. Julio Olajuara trains. Francisco Leandro Goncalves rides. Another son of Honour AP. You can see this breeding line after last year's success of Heart of Honour has certainly caught the eye of a few people, and the debutant steps into the steps into this race here tonight, hoping to make his presence felt here for Sky Racing. Next one is Istia, the 2-year-old colt by McKinsey. Masaba El-Mahiri and Richard Mullen combine. Very nice trial performance. We'll see how Istia performs here tonight. A US purchase coming through the breeder Black Rock Thoroughbreds LLLP. Draws a middle alley here for this opening event. Certainly a winning hope on trials. Number 6 is Carnival for Rashid Borsley, Victor Salgado, and the Borsley Racing Syndicate. 2-year-old colt by Munings, who joins the field here. Drawn very, very wide. Widest gate for tonight's assignment. One run at Jebel Ali, beaten 7 1/4 lengths there by Rakan on debut. May appreciate a flatter surface. Number 7, Lino Pedrino, another one who was a little eye-catcher at the trials. The 2-year-old colt by Uncle Lino for Suited and Booted and My Future Champions Racing in team and partnership there. Tygo Shea and Bupat Seema looking to take the first 2 races. Lino Pedrino, another horse that you could has given a sight in the preparations leading to this debut run. Number 8 is Merham. Stable has been going very well with their horses stepping out the first time. This 2-year-old colt by Maximus Mischief draws gate number 4. Will get every opportunity from the draw. Connor Beasley, Ahmed bin Hamish combined with Sultan Ali. It is Merham. Number 9, Rugby Union. Jamie Osborne with 2 initially. He's now left with 1. Safi Osborne to ride for Jim and Claire Limited. 1 start at Wolverhampton on the all-weather, running 10th on that occasion there, beaten 10 1/2 lengths. New surface tonight, very different to the all-weather, but nevertheless, Rugby Union looks to be another acquisition here to hopefully take to the dirt here and win some races. Best of luck to Connections. Number 10, Ruler of Time, has had 2 runs as a colt at Kempton and Newbury. 1 run on the all-weather, 1 run on the turf. Has since been gelded, makes its UAE debut here on the dirt. William Buick in town to ride for Charlie Appleby, and Godolphin, the 2-year-old gelding by Not This Time, has certainly caught the eye in preparations and looks the horse to beat. "11 is War Fuel, the 2-year-old colt by Quality Road for Abu Bakar Kadora. Doug Watson, Christian DeMuro does the riding here. Drawn sticky in 12, though. Will need some luck from the gate. "12 is a Lady Garfield. Sabina Mokrasova does the riding for Miroslav Nesliak. Best of luck to them. The 2-year-old filly by James Garfield has had 4 runs for 2 seconds, and best work has been done in the lead up to the travel across. Last racing 20th of September. Best of luck to the visitors here, off the rating of 71. Last but not least, Meydan caught the eye at the trials big time. A filly that certainly has got a good action on her, can move. Fitness potential query as to how she'll go here over 7 furlongs. Trialled okay over the 1,000 metres, but that extra 400 could be telling. We'll have to wait and see, but looks a nice horse for the stable, and one to keep an eye on for future starts. That's our runners for race number 2. They head to the tunnel here. We race for 165,000 dirham in the second.
Johnny Bairstow is with us amongst a group of cricketers out here tonight, but Johnny's agreed to have a chat, which is lovely. Welcome along, and thanks for having a chat. How's things?
Yeah, really well, thank you. Just over here playing the T20 comp with the ILT, so great to be out over in Dubai and in the UAE.
How long does that sort of stint last for you and the guys?
Yeah, so it's about a month in total. It's been going 4 years now, so fantastic competition, bringing, look, there's 9 overseas players, 2 from the UAE and 2 associates, so it's fantastic to be a part of a great comp like this.
And it's just good timing as well. I mean, we always say it in racing, if you're following the flat in the summer, to get a chance to come to warmer climes in the winter is always good, and I guess that goes hand in hand with cricket, right?
100%. I mean, if it's raining, we can't play, so...
That's the perennial cricket problem, isn't it?
Yeah, whenever you get a chance, even as a ginger, to follow the sun around, it's good fun.
Yeah, absolutely. We should mention the Ashes. So our racecourse commentator, Pat Comerford, is Australian. And the last time he's actually giving me some stick in my ear. The last time I sat down with him was after the first day in Perth, when things were looking all right. So I was giving a bit out to him. Since then, it's not been so good.
Oh, look, it's an interestingly poised game at the moment. They're obviously 45 in front, but at the same time, we've got the twilight to come tomorrow. So hopefully that goes well for us, and we can put on a good show in the second innings.
Yeah. Obviously you follow it. Do you enjoy sort of watching on, given the history that you've had with that team and Ashes history you've had, or do you find it just as intense as ever?
It is intense. Like, obviously Ruti getting his 100 the first time was properly intense watching that.
How did you feel as a fellow Yorkshireman with that?
I was quite emotional, to be honest. Seeing him do that, I know it's been something that he wants to tick off. And to do that, we all know that he's the greatest that's ever played for England. And to just tick that off and get a few people off the back from Australia is always pretty handy.
We'll see how it all unfolds. What do you make of this? So obviously you've played cricket out here before. You've never been here before, right?
No, never been racing out here. I was fortunate to go down to Godolphin to see the yard a few years back. But go racing quite often back in the UK. So what a spectacle this is. It's absolutely massive.
Yeah, it's vast, isn't it? Yeah. Well, enjoy your night. Thanks for the chat, and good luck for the rest of the season out here.
Cheers, really appreciate it.
Thanks, Johnny. Cheers. Best turned out time, and it's gone to horse number 4. Well done to all involved with Heart of Libya for Julio Lasquaga. And Amir Hamza is the groom getting 650 dirham, being presented on behalf of PHI Advertising by their CEO, who we'll see very shortly, Mr. Ali Esser. Welcome back, Ali. Great to have you here and presenting these awards, as you did throughout last season. And our thanks again to PHI Advertising for their continued support of the Best Turned Out Award. 650 dirham to the winning groom. Right, let's have a look at Ruler of Time. Interested to see this horse in the flesh and how he gets on off the back of obviously what stable companion Devon Island did. And National History, to be fair, a couple of weeks ago. They both ran really well. Really nice to see Charlie Appleby with these horses on the dirt, and he's had some good ones in the past. And this horse has shaped with promise on both starts. Expect the horse to, I think he'll hopefully be forward over the 1400. Clearly has bundles of pace, bred for this surface, and we'll see how he gets on out of stall number 5. I think in particular out of 5, William Buick will want to get out and get handy. I know you often want to on the dirt, but he won't be afforded much time from that draw, and I don't think he'll want too many horses crossing him. Another horse, well, one of the horses in here off the back of a trial with a decent profile is Ishtiar for Musabra Mehri in the colours of Mohammed El Dubeba. And Richie Mullen rides, son of McKinsey. Loved McKinsey in the States. He was such a battler, such a warrior. Didn't always cut it bang at the very top, but he was in amongst some good horses in his 3- and 4-year-old campaign. I think he ran on to his 4-year-old campaign, but he always gave his all, and he puts that into his stock as well. Ishtihar lines up here out of stall number 7 off the back of a good trial effort. Loading process is underway. This is a race with a lot of could-be's in here. I think it's got a expectation that it's going to be a decent contest as well for these juveniles over the 1400. And it's an obvious one that Connections will be looking to trial their potential Guineas horses in. Long way to go, obviously, but some nice sorts in, and very much looking forward to it. Pat, all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. He's been smashed in here, Ruler of Time. He's well, his 2's on at the last time I checked overseas. He's now trimmed in even shorter than that. So the weight of money, as we do see all too often here at Meydan for the Blue Army, has well and truly kicked off here tonight. And well, he's been backed into a quote here as if he's unbeatable. We'll wait to see how he fares here. Devon Island was a success. And we'll see if Ruler of Time, who did step out in the same trial as him only a few weeks ago, will do the exact same thing here. He's drawn a good gate. William Buick in town, good confidence. And we will see whether or not he will be able to start off his UAE career here at career start number 3 for him in style. Couple more to load away. Lady Garfield to come up. Interesting inclusion to the races here. We welcome Sabina Mokrasova to the races here tonight. She jumps aboard here in race number 2. Ishtia, very nice trial performer. He is the last one to come up here. Richard Mullen and Musabra Mehri developing a bit of a formidable partnership over the last fortnight or so. And Ishtia loads forward. Field is set here at the 1400 metres, ready to go. Set. Racing. Manaya jumped cleanly, best out with Ruler of Time, Abaroy the inside. Murham's going to press the issue as well. Ruler of Time now dropping back into 4th position. Leading up the 2nd division, Kahman is wide with Lady Garfield, War Fuel. Ishtia the inside with Rugby Union, and out wider was Lino Pedrino, who's not waiting around and making a forward move out deeper. Next in running was Awesome Fleet. War Fuel now dropping back outpaced. Heart of Libya is last. Murham is burning them up in front here. Inside the 900 it goes. 2.5 clear of Manaya. Then came Kahman. Lino Pedrino's been doing a double time wider. A length to Abaroy. Up on the outside of it was Ishtia working forward. Ruler of Time been shuffled back a few pairs. Now flushed out 3 wide. Abaroy dropping back now, passed by Rugby Union. Then came Lady Garfield from Awesome Fleet. Next over there was War Fuel and Heart of Libya as they swing the bend. And Lino Pedrino has continued on with it. This has been a sustained gallop for about 800 metres. Has really worked to the lead and has put itself out by 5 lengths here to Kahman, who tries to run on. Ruler of Time nowhere to be found here. Murham, Awesome Fleet up the running rail. Lino Pedrino. Goodness gracious me. Half a dozen lengths, now 8 lengths in front of Awesome Fleet, who's going to rattle home the rails now to close off the margin. But that's a double for O'Shea and Bhupat Seema. That's just as impressive. Lino Pedrino by 4.5. Awesome Fleet 2nd over, a good gap to 3rd. Kahman's run good. 4th over was Ishtia from Heart of Libya. Manaya next, followed by Ruler of Time, Lady Garfield, Rugby Union, Abaroy, Murham spat the dummy there at about the 400 metre mark. War Fuel, the last one over. He has just beaten them with brute force and brute pace. Lino Pedrino. Wow, the 2-year-old by Uncle Lino for Suited and Booted and My Future Champions Racing. That's how you want to see them win on debut.
Wow, that was very impressive. We talked about it being a deep race, so just touch on those that it didn't work out for. Ruler of Time, I couldn't really have designed it to work out worse in a way, because he broke really well, but then one came across him, got some kickback, tried to switch out, another one came up on the outside, cut him off. At this stage it's okay, but then the cavalry start coming past him. Look, I didn't think it made a huge difference in a way, because the winner was so good. Ishtia, I thought, travelled well, wide up on the outside, well, at this point on the inner, but then does switch to the outside and looked to danger. But there was just no match for Lino Pedrino. It wasn't easy to expect this sort of performance on debut. Son of Uncle Lino for Suited and Booted My Future Champions Racing. Suited and Booted have got some nice horses, Meddlesome Bay and the like, but this is where he just starts to go, and Tig O'Shea takes Tig into the race. And then he comes up on the outside of Miram. This is absolutely game over. Like, he just pushes a button. For a horse to do that first up in a race, to tank through it like that and then be able to go away from them, he's got to be a good horse. And it did look like there was depth in behind, but yeah, he's absolutely taken them apart. Really impressive. It's Awesome Fleet who manages to run on for 2nd. Is it Sakira on the inside, runs on for 2nd from Carman, Carman and Ishtia. I mean, he's coming to the end of his tether a touch towards the end of the race, but that was really good. The time was 1:25.8. It's not bad for a juvenile time. It's obviously 3 seconds outside a track record, but that's not a bad time. And it's in keeping probably, I think our opener was about 2.5 outside. So yeah, that was really impressive. Double for Bhupat Seema on Tig O'Shea. This one on debut, Lino Pedrino. And I wonder where he fits in with the team at home. We'll try and grab a word with Bhupat afterwards with 6 speed and the like. Massively impressive performance. On the left, you can see the Godolphin horse who's come over in his own time in the end. He was widest of all turning into the straight. It just didn't really go to plan. I think he is better than that, I'd say, but it can be hard first up on the dirt. But this horse was straightforward, good position to track the pace, ping clear, and he could be smart. Lino Pedrino takes out race number 2.
The unofficial numbers there for the 2nd event on the card: 7, 2, 6 and 5. 7, 2, 6 and 5. Lino Pedrino 125.8, 4x4 and 3/4. 7, 2, 6 and 5. Your numbers, race 2.
So for the second time tonight, a Bupat Simar trained horse ridden by Tiger Shea. And a juvenile has won in lovely fashion, but that was very, very smart indeed. We'll be hearing lots more, you'd imagine, about Lino Padrino. Another one for Tig. What I should have done was asked you about this horse. But I don't know whether you could have possibly have expected that. Visually, that was mega impressive.
Yeah, look, he trialled very well. He was very slow from the barrier in his trial, and he was again tonight. So I haven't been blessed with stall numbers tonight, but on him it paid dividends because he stepped slow again, and I kept him wide till the 800. Give him a good experience, but he jumped on it at the 600 when I got up beside Mr. Ben Harmash's horse, and it was all over then. Straightened up, he changed his leads, and he really stretched out just under hands and heels riding. Look, I've said it all along at home to boot, but you won't see the best of him till you go 2 turns. I didn't emphasise him doing that first up over that trip, but look, they've a lovely horse to take home and dream about now, and maybe give him a gap and between his race. He's a big horse, he's a big frame, and maybe a conditions race before we go deeper waters. And I just said to boot, but there maybe work back from a UE Derby and taking a Bastaki en route. Okay, so plenty obviously in a Derby do run in a Guineas, but that doesn't feel like that's going to be this horse's profile potentially. Look, I'll leave that to the trainer, but he's a horse that he will excel going 2 turns. When you go up in class and they're going a bit quicker early, he's learning on the job. I have him more as a Bastaki, a Derby horse, but look, he'll have learned plenty tonight and sharpened plenty, and look, if they want to have a crack at the Guineas, there's only 1 Guineas, but I do think he'll come into his own going 2 turns. It's a good start to the night. Long may continue.
And correct weight is given in race number 2, 7, 2, 6 and 5, 7, 2, 6 and 5. Correct weight, Lino Padrino, your winner, 125.84 and by 4 3/4 confirmed margins here. Correct weight, race 2.
It is presentation time for race number 2. It was a Lincoln Meydan, and a lovely performance it was from Lino Pedrino to go and score on debut. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Risley Grand, the Vice President Rental and Leasing Enterprise Car Rental. Thank you for presenting this award to our winning connections. It was a race once again by Tygo Shea, won by Tygo Shea and Bupat Simar. And this time we will see winning connections who had different colours carried to victory. Please welcome to the stage, and there are lots of them, connections from Suited and Booted and My Future Champions Racing. All right, they're making their way out past us. Number 10 has just gone by. Here's number 4 in the distance coming towards us. That's useful. That's Don Pacifico. One of the horses I'm looking forward to seeing tonight. This is the son of Knight of Thunder, a few for Simon and Ed Crisford. William Buick takes the ride and had some good form back in the UK. Behind the likes of Mum's Tipper. Wasn't too far behind Jungle Drums at Chelmsford last time. Look, first go for 50 days, but they'll have had an iron coming out here. And I do like the Knight of Thunders on this surface. You know, he's Knight of Thunder, a son of Dubawi. I got a good feeling that they'll be absolutely fine on this surface. We'll drop back to number 6 as well. Number 6, who's just coming past us, is Welcome Dream. Thought this horse would go well here. Obviously now with Bhupat Seema, has won here over the 1200 before, and is a horse who has gone okay fresh in the past. He's a nice looking horse. I thought he might actually achieve a little more than he has, but 273 days off the track, and Bhupat Seema and Tiger O'Shea are looking for a treble.
Welcome back to the parade ahead of race number 3 here at Meydan. We move into the Ford Mustang. It's the 65 to 85, once again, over our feature race distance tonight of 1,200 metres. Let's head into the parade. Number 1 is the last start winner. It is Roadblock. Impressive in a 60 to 80 over this track and trip, going on to beat Border Edge last start on the 7th of November. Carries 62 kilos here off the rating of 85. Got 5 for the win last time out. A similar weight as last start, so has carried heavier weights in the past in recent starts. Osama Rafai teams up with Antonio Fresu for this upcoming race. Number 2 is our next horse. Sir Harmony comes into this race as well. The son of Speightster with 62 kilos off the rating of 85. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish combined. Draws well in 4 and will be, I'm sure, welcoming a return back to Meydan here. On face value, a tad disappointing for his second up run at Jebel Ali. Both starts have been there at the track. He has his first run for the season at Meydan. So take notes, 3 Arigato Gozaimasu is out along with the 9 and the 11, so 3 scratchings. Number 5 is Tourist, our next horse here. Doug Watson teams up with Patrick Dobbs off the rating of 82. He's a 4-year-old gelding by Zoostar, draws the ace, was impressive in his run up the hill at Jebel Ali over 1,000 metres. Steps a little bit out in trip here. Will need to jump with them on terms, won't want to be caught on the back foot early. Different surface to Jebel Ali. I'm sure we'll see him back at Jebel Ali soon, but look, it's a nice second up start for him to continue on his preparation here. Tourist, a likely hope if all things go to plan here in race number 3. 6 is a Welcome Dream. He's drawn the widest of gates, was in 11, now comes into gate number 8 with all the withdrawals. Tiger O'Shea looking for an early treble with Bhupat Seema here. The 4-year-old son of Knight of Thunder ran 4th last time out to the races. That was in the back end of last season. He's first up for the campaign here, the one-time winner. He's got 5 minor placings to his name as well. Will need some luck from the draw, but stablemates who have won the first 2 races have both drawn wide and been able to get the job done. So good signs. Stablemate of Welcome Dream is Impressive Act. It comes into this race. Chantal Sutherland to ride the son of Dubawi. 8 starts for a win and 3 minor placings. Also seen on the back end of last season, last time out on the early part of March at Abu Dhabi. Since coming over, has had the 3 runs, never run at Meydan. So this is a first start on the dirt here at Meydan for this horse. Drawn a little wide in 10. That will bring him into gate number 7 here tonight. So we'll see how impressive Act fares, and Connections have already had a great start to the night as well. Suited and Booted Racing part owning the last winner in Lino Pedrino. So best of luck to Connections here. 8 is Sunday Fudge for Veronica Jandova. Audrey de Vries rides for LT Racing. The 5-year-old mare by Reliable Man is a bit of an unknown here coming onto this surface. A little race to test out whether or not Sunday Fudge handles the surface, and if she does, plenty of options for her. 30 starts, 2 wins, and 10 minor placings so far to her name. Number 10 is next, Bark El Emirat, our final horse to have a look at here. Knocking on the door to win one soon, 75 rated now, dropped a point after last start, won his last race off 72, so still sitting a few points above where he last won at, the 6-year-old by Memis. Sylvester de Souza rides here for Ismail Muhammad, who trains and owns. Last but not least is Don Pacifico. He has had a run at Chelmsford City last time out, and a 0-85 over this trip, running 4th on that occasion. The dirt and surface, a little bit of an unknown for the 3-year-old gelding by Night of Thunder. But again, we'll know plenty more about Don Pacifico and whether he handles the surface after this tonight. William Buick rides for Raba Racing. That's our runners, and they were about to head out here under the tunnel and out onto the course for race number 3 here, the Ford Mustang over 6.
And we can finally see it in all its glory. That is the supermoon that you can see there. Looking absolutely fabulous. It's been out here for, well, the last 40 minutes it's been there, and you can't see it for many years to come. Now, this is the best place to see it, that supermoon. We're blessed by seeing it this evening. And it's a real privilege to be here to see this supermoon. It's the final supermoon of 2025. Off the top of my head, a supermoon occurs when the moon reaches its closest point to Earth while full, making it appear noticeably larger and brighter than usual. But that's just off the top of my head. And in fact, Dubai Racing Club have partnered with the Dubai Astronomy Group. And there are some telescopes down in the paddock garden. You can get a fantastic view of the supermoon, nearly as good as one of these high-tech cameras we've got. So head to the paddock garden if you want to get a close-up view of the final supermoon of 2025. It's time for the Best Turned Out Award, number 3, and it's gone to horse number 1, that is Roadblock. Well done to Baladar Khan, who I know was particularly excited about seeing tonight's supermoon, and he's also won 650 dirham, and that is why Baladar is so happy tonight. Well done, Baladar. Supermoon, 650 dirham, and a handshake from Mr. Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. What a night for Baladar! And as has just been pointed out to me, with the supermoon and the Ayala Singers tonight, we've just had a moon ballad. What year was that? Anybody? Not sure. The man that has done the Steadicam for every Dubai World Cup winner but the last one can't tell me. It's one of a few for Saeed anyway. It's not quite a ballad pumping out now. It's a bit more. As we have a look at Roadblock, should probably talk about the horses making their way around before the start over 1,200 metres here. Roadblock was a winner last time. Not sure exactly what he achieved other than success there, because it might not have been the deepest race. This will be harder, but Osama Refai sends him out again in search of another success. It was a quick backup from Jebel Ali last time. Let's have a look at horse number 4, Don Pacifico. Was, of course, 2003 that Moon Ballad won the Dubai World Cup. Everybody knew that. Don Pacifico for Will Buick and Rabba Racing, Simon and Ed Christian, one of a couple of Night of Thunders they've got out here tonight, one of a couple of horses making their UAE debut out here. And he's got some decent form from back in the UK. This does look to be his distance for all Nights of Thunders. Obviously, they do get a little bit further, and we're definitely seeing that in recent years. Anyway, well beyond a mile, but this horse has shown pace so far, including last time at Chelmsford, and having his dirt debut over 6 furlongs. Will Buick has teamed up with Simon Crisford for plenty of success out here in the past. Let's have a look at Tourist, who Pat likes. Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs teaming up. This horse does have pace, was second at Jebel Ali last time, is stepping back up in distance, and I'm not surprised. That was the last distance he raced over in the UK, and he could well kick on for a step up in trip. Tourist, one of a few new horses for Doug this year, and wishing Doug and the team all the best with Tourist, this Zoostar gelding. Welcome Dream, I'm not certain what to expect, but I know he's capable of this sort of mark. He's winner off 75, he's here off 82, he stays further, and I'm hoping that Tygo Shea just can come across and just track the pace. He was a horse who won second up last year, but had a slightly shorter season. We didn't see a huge amount of him, and he's making his first start for 273 days. He's also a Knight of Thunder. And this is Barkel Emirat, who was well behind Roadblock last time, but has won here over course and distance for Ismail Mohammed. Sandro Pava was on board that occasion. Silvestre de Souza takes over here. He's £3 higher than that win and has had a star, which will stand him in good stead for this. But you could argue that there are others who are slightly better treated, potentially, than this 6-year-old. But he does know how to win here. So loading process is underway as the supermoon rises higher in the sky. And we're all set nearly for race number 3 of 8. Don't forget to get your Dubai World Cup tickets. They are very much available now. Going to be the 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup. And maybe we'll see some horses running tonight who will line up on the last Saturday in March. Well, we almost certainly will with our later listed race. Pat, all yours.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, lucky. Not many people in their job get to have a nice pair of telescopes sitting in their place of work. These 15x60s are coming in handy. I'm not sure whether to look at the horses or up into the sky at the supermoon, but yeah, the 15x60 is certainly coming in handy. Don Pacifico about to come forward here. We've got 6 of our runners loaded, and that'll leave only 2. The 2 runners here for Bupat Sema, Impressive Act and Welcome Dream. Tygo Shea's had a fair few wide draws tonight, but I'll tell you what, he's made the most of the early ones. He's still been able to win. This is the Ford Mustang, 175,000 dirham, set over 6, ready to go. And away. Sir Harmony jumped cleanly. Welcome Dream got the best of it, also out wider. He could potentially lead here, and will do so. Tourist has jumped cleanly as well. He's got into a beautiful spot under Pat Dobbs. A length and a half back to Impressive Act. Half a length to Roadblock. 4 lengths back sees Don Pacifico. 2.5 Barkel Emirat. And 3.5 back to Sunday Fudge, who's not handling the kickback at all. Welcome Dream has negated the wide draw and is headed up to the lead here and goes up to lead cleanly. Pace is genuine enough down the side. Sir Harmony up to second. Impressive Act is flushed out 3 wide and working along. Tourist got shuffled back a few pairs, but plenty of room for Dobbs to keep improving up the fence and get back on the leader's back here. And as they swing the bend here, working out to the centre of the course is Don Pacifico. So as they come into the straight, it's Welcome Dream and Sir Harmony. 4 lengths back to Don Pacifico and Tourist. It's Welcome Dream still with its neck in front here to Sir Harmony. Welcome Dream fighting hard here. Sir Harmony not much to answer. Don Pacifico potentially the threat. Welcome Dream though still clear, and the Tygo Shea train continues to roll on. Welcome Dream half a length, maybe a neck there. Don Pacifico has closed off incredibly well. Sir Harmony third over, followed by Tourist, who's run 4th. A gap there back to Roadblock from Impressive Act, Barkel Emirat and Sunday Fudge. They do it again. Good night so far. Congratulations to Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Humaid Al Nuaimi picking up the win here with Welcome Dream. And Tygo Shea and Bupat Sema are able to pick up the first 3 on the night. The 4-year-old by Knight of Thunder has got up here. And, well, the other Knight of Thunder in the race in Don Pacifico has run a mighty race from back in the field. Pace was good. Horses were expected to run on, but that is a nice kick-off point there for Don Pacifico. He certainly caught the eye under William Buick. But Welcome Dream has gone on to win. Bupat Sema and Tygo Shea with an early treble.
So it's a treble for Tygo Shea and Bupat Sema. Let's reflect on this first of all. With Bupat, he was drawn wide. Ty's made a habit of that tonight, but he's also made a habit of winning.
Yeah, Tyg was moaning a little bit with all the bad draws, but now that it's all falling in place, I think he'll be a happier jockey. You know, it's great to have 3 winners. There's a lot of teamwork here, and I have to thank Sheikh Abdulaziz for sending me the horse. You know, without good owners, you can't do these things. So I'm just blessed to have good owners and great people who work for me.
Did you think this horse was ready first up here?
I think it's a little bit short, to be honest. You know, he came in and he had a small little, issue, and then we came back. I think there's still some more improvement to happen here.
Okay, that's exciting to see what he can do off the back of this. And I must reflect on the previous 2-year-old winner on debut. That was mega impressive.
Yeah, he's that horse is an athlete. He's a good-looking, gorgeous-looking horse. I mean, he lacks a little bit of pedigree, but I think it makes up for his looks and his talent.
I'd rather have it that way around. Just go and do what he did, Lino Pedrino. Tig suggested working back from a derby.
Yeah, that'll be the plan. I mean, he's a very big horse, and hopefully we can keep him together and he stays healthy.
What's the obviously 3 winners tonight, but do you feel like the horses are really ramping up now?
Yeah, we're always slow to start. We never panic in November, and December we start warming up, and hopefully long it may continue, please.
Thanks, Bupa.
Thank you.
Unofficial numbers in the third event here: 6, 4, 2 and 5. 6, 4, 2 and 5. Welcome Dream, your winner, 1:12.11 winner's time, ahead by 2 3/4. 6, 4, 2 and 5. Your numbers, race 3.
Time to welcome back into the winners' enclosure another one for Tig O'Shea and Bhupat Seema. Unstoppable at the moment, and a nice performance on first start of the season from Welcome Dream. Tig O'Shea again has won on a horse that has shown plenty of early. Tell you what the key is, these wide draws, Tig.
Yeah, I was giving out all week when I seen my barrier, so it's not working out so bad so far. No, he's first run for the stable. He's been working well. What can I say? He's very straightforward. I've ridden him once at home, done a little 3 furlong on him, so it's hard to gauge what we have. But as I said, I think he was electric out of the gates, and I just left him point his toe. I was happy just to take a lead if something was going. If not, do my own thing. So thankfully it worked out, and it always helps when Pat Comfort doesn't tip you up.
It was nice that he just kept finding, wasn't it? He just I enjoyed that. He just keeps on, like he obviously got the rail, and then there was a point where I thought, first start of the season, what's he going to find? And then off he went again.
Yeah, no, listen, as I said, his first run for the stable. He won well last year for his previous stable. He was drawn 1 that night with Dobbsy, and he took the rail and got a kick, and he'd done pretty much the same tonight. So some fantastic owners, these colours. We have plenty of horses in the barn, so it's important to have wins for them.
Okay, and I'm not superstitious, but I haven't asked you about the next ride at all, and I fancy Grey Boss, so I'm just going to let you go. Good luck.
Thanks, Tom. Well, you tipped this fella, that was good, and Pat didn't.
Yeah. Good news.
Thanks for that, Tig. Thank you very much. 6, 4, 2 and 5, correct weight. Correct weight here, race number 3. Welcome Dream, 112.11 winners time. Ahead by 2 3/4. Correct weight, race 3.
All right, it is time for the presentation. After a bit of G-Max and the Moon, I really enjoyed that. And now presentation time for our third contest. And what a performance from Welcome Dream it was, in front all the way and winning again for you know who. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Paul Moore, the Senior Vice President, Finance Altair Motors. And he'll be presenting this award for the Ford Mustang Handicap. Well done to Welcome Dreams Connections. Tiger, Shea, Bupat, Seema, we know, were the winners. And collecting the award on behalf of Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Humaid Al Nuaimi, please welcome to the stage Sheikh Khalid bin Saud Al Nuaimi. Okay, your chance to win 500 dirham. Further down the course we are now. You need a smile if you're going to win. Not going to do much with a mouth closed smile. Teeth are a prerequisite for winning faces at the races. I like the bopping. Very good. But again, we need teeth. Wave a child, that often helps if you want to try and win faces at the races. But who's it going to be that's winning 500 dirham? It is going to be you. Well, I want to smile, but you have a child with a lovely hat on. Yes, you've won 500 dirham. Wave that child. Congratulations, sir. We'll tell you where to go to collect your prize.
Oh, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the parade here for race number 4. This is the Ford Mark E over the 1,600 metres for 190,000 dirham. Let's head into the parade. Number 2, It's a 10 from Len, our first horse to have a look at, off the rating of 89 here for Doug Watson. Last start winner at Jebel Ali, and certainly made an impression on its first dirt run. Heads to Meydan here for the first time, so a new surface once again. The 3-year-old colt by Sergei Prokofiev is stepping out for his 9th career start. Number 3 is Balaban. He is the stablemate of It's a 10 from Len. Michael Sheehy rides for Doug Watson. 2 wins from 3 starts, both of those coming in Russia, including a domestic Group 1. He was down the track in his only run at Meydan to date. That was at Group 3 level in juvenile company. He steps back quite significantly in class here for his first up run for the season, getting quite worked up in the yard. First runner for the season for Dylan Cunha. We welcome him back here to Dubai. Richard Mullen teams up with him with Silver Sword, a Dubai DRC winner of a last season on the turf. He is having a crack on the dirt tonight here, the 5-year-old gelding by Charm Spirit. Plagued by a slightly awkward draw in gate number 12, but we wish them the best of luck, and we'll see if he handles the dirt here tonight. 5 is Nadawi for the Orange Army. Borsley Racing Syndicate. Rashid Borsley trains. Ardri De Vries to ride off the rating of 87. He was a last start winner at Abu Dhabi at the back end of last season. He steps out here tonight, hoping to pick up right where he left off here. This is back on the dirt, though. The 3-year-old colt by Instagrand. He draws in 8. Grey Boss is our next horse, sat 3 wide from a wide draw and was still able to get the job done. Bupat Seema and Tygo Shea looking to ride the first 4 or win the first 4 winners as a partnership. 1 start, 1 win. Steps out here up in trip once again. He'll probably get a bit more of a suitable race here. Drawn a little wide once again in 9, but has overcome it before. Two greys looking the major hopes here, number 6 and number 7. Number 7 is Narato, the 3-year-old colt by Kentuckian. He'll come on big time from that last start win. He was buried away on the inside, produced a nice effort to go on and score. Silvestre de Souza stays on board for Sky Racing, and Julio Olajuara, the 4-year-old colt here now stepping out for his 11th career start. And I'd say he'll take plenty of confidence out of that last start win. Nice big horse. Number 8 is Azan, the 4-year-old gelding by Yoshida, Japanese bred. Moldir Kusharova owns for Ali Al-Badwawi, who does the training here. And Mirzabak Kapushev does the riding once again. Down the track last time out, would need to improve on that run. Draws well. Action Point was last seen at the races at Abu Dhabi. Ran 5th in a blanket finish. He switches over to the dirt here. Was only beaten a length last start. He's got a bad gate here tonight, so it's going to make it a little tough, but has seen the dirt before here, and at this grade has been competitive enough. Military Artist runs off the rating of 77 here. Antonio Fresu rides for Masaba El Maheri and Abu Bakar Kadora. Draws well in 3. He's a 3-time winner from 14 starts, 2 minor placings. Last time out, second behind Narato, so comes through that same form line as one of the likely hopes here. Don't disrespect entirely. His best would see him competitive and in the finish. Gamekeeper was the model of consistency last season. First up probably wasn't the most ideal of performances, beaten 10 lengths on that occasion, but it will be better for the run. Stays at the 1,600 metre distance, draws well. 12 is Condor Passer, the 4-year-old gelding by Orpin. Ismail Muhammad trains and owns. Christian Demuro to ride from a wide gate. Has had the one run this season on the grass in behind Man Shod. Coming out through the same race here as Action Point. Drawn a little sticky here and steps up in distance. Probably to a more suitable trip, you'd say, going off his previous form. One is Al Jadaf. He is the top weight here in the field, 62 kilograms for Muhammad Ahmed Ali Al Sabusi. Ahmed bin Hamish trains. Connor Beasley rides with these 62 kilos. Drawn 11, hasn't had the best of starts to the season, but 2 seasons ago was a notoriously good horse early in the season. Hopefully that first up run, we see him turn a corner second up. 13, Dark Stream, son of Caroscio for LT Racing, Veronica Jandova, Mikhail Bravo to do the riding on the International. He's drawn the ace. I wouldn't say he was disgraced entirely last time out in his first ever run, but now that he's had a look at the track, we may see improvement. That's our field for the next race here, the Ford Mark E, race number 4 over the mile for 190,000 dirham. Runners head to the tunnel.
Dylan Cunha joins me ahead of Silver Sword running on the dirt. Plenty of you will remember Silver Sword winning here last year on the turf, and in the UK he's a really popular horse. Really excited to see how he gets on. What are you thinking?
Yeah, look, he works on it every day and he works really well on it. I don't know what he's going to do when he gets the kickback. He might just refuse. That's what he's done it before. But if he handles it, he's a strong travelling horse with a lot of gate speed, believe it or not, after his antics to start his career. And that's what you need on the dirt. So I'm just hoping he does. If not, he'll be back on the turf. So
I think you've got the right man on board in many ways to see, if he can put that gate speed to good use.
Yeah, Richie Mullen knows this track better than anyone, really. He said to me earlier he's eaten every part of it. He's tasted every part of it anyway, so he knows it well. The horse he's actually very straightforward, even though he hasn't been. He really is. He's got gate speed. He can go forward. He travels well, and I just hope I really hope he takes it because he's shown some really good work on it.
You've got a slightly bigger team this year. I know you had 2 last year. Have you got 4 this year?
Yeah, we had 2 last year. They both ran really well. The one got injured. This year we got 4 Silver Sword. We've got 2 American-bred younger horses, a gun runner and a Nexco, who hopefully will take to the dirt. And then we got another stalwart of ours, Asgard Capstan, who, he's really taken to Dubai in the training in the morning already. And
he's not straightforward, is he?
No, but he's settled down here, believe it or not, and he's really enjoying it. We got him off 53. He's rated 92 now. I think he's won 7 or 8 races, and I think he's going to enjoy it. Yeah.
So he's come to Dubai and settled down, because my experience is you tend to go the other way when you come to Dubai. Didn't have too much fun.
Yeah, he's come and he's gone the opposite way. He's really settled down. Yeah, from a human point, it's probably the other way, but from a horse point, they really do settle down here. And the mornings are beautiful here. And
he'll be on the turf, right?
He'll be on the turf on the 19th. There's a 1.5 mile race he'll be running in here.
And was it part of your experience last year that made you set out and say, I want to have a slightly bigger team if I can out here?
Yeah, I was hoping to bring 7 or 8. I pushed hard. I tried to buy, but it's very hard to get people to support you and buy them. We managed to just squeeze these 4 together. At one stage, it wasn't looking like I was going to get 2 together, but I really want to get a barn. There's 10 in a barn here, and that would be ideal. Yeah. So.
That's good. It's good to hear. I'm glad you got the bug. So hopefully at least a couple of these 4 go and put you in the winner's enclosure.
The prize money and the experience for owners here is second to none. I cannot recommend it highly enough for an owner. I've got some owners who don't have a share in Silver Sword, but they have other horses with me here tonight, and they're having the time of their lives. It's really brilliant. Yeah.
Great stuff. Cheers, Dylan. Good luck.
Brilliant. Thank you.
All right, let's have a closer look at them. We'll hopefully do the Best Turned Out award very shortly. But here's number 6, first of all. And that is Grey Boss. Grey Boss lining up for Tig O'Shea and Bhupat Seemar. You may recognise Tig. He's had 3 winners already tonight. And he's looking for a 4th with his maiden winner, who was very impressive. Could have run a couple of weeks ago, didn't. And now lines up here off a mark of 86. Look, he's inexperienced. I reckon he's probably a bit better than a mark of 86, though. If you do look to your right, if you're out in front of the stands, you will see one of our grooms running along with David, he needs to get a gallop on again. Yeah, no, he's slowed down now. He needs to start running again. Well done, David. You're in front on the rail. Goodness me, there's a whole cavalry charge. I don't know why we've got another groom running. Anyway, here is Narato for Silvestre de Souza and Julio Losquaga as they're making their way up to do our Best Turned Out award, which we will do very shortly. I can tell you, by the way, it's gone to Silver Sword. Silver Sword is the Best Turned Out winner. And we'll get in position to do that before this contest, which is due off in a minute or so. Well done to the team involved. And our thanks to PHI Advertising for supporting the Best Turned Out award. It's gone to Shabir Al-Fatakani. As groom number 6 walks away, head in hands. Maybe there'll be another day for him. It was close. But our thanks to Mr. Ali Esser for presenting the award. 650 dirham. Thanks again to PHI Advertising. And a smiling groom here takes home 650 dirham. The groom of Silver Sword. Oh, we got a horse being resaddled, so there was really no need to sprint for the Best Turned Out award, but never mind. A bit of exercise never did anyone any harm. So horse number 13 is being resaddled. That is Dark Stream for Veronica Jandova. And Michael Bravo will not be on board as yet because the horse is being resaddled. Interesting race this. I think it centres, I should say, around Grey Boss and what he could do, because I think he's probably the best treated horse in the race. But he's very lightly raced and inexperienced. And experience on the dirt can count for plenty. The likes of Al Jadaf, who obviously knows his way around here very well and is a previous winner here and has held his form here very well. Narato too, who shows good gate speed. Military Artist is no back number by any stretch off this sort of mark, 77, off the back of a good run behind Narato last time. Dark Stream's got pretty warm, you can see, having been resaddled. And Silver Sword is fascinating, because if he takes to the surface, he could be there or thereabouts, but it is an if as a charmed spirit. I think having Richard Mullen on board and drawn 12 is a good thing. Wide at the kickback with a jockey who's very capable of getting your horse out in hand could be a good thing. So, loading process is well underway ahead of our 4th contest over 1,600 metres. We'll head up and join Pat.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. The loading process well and truly underway. And as you said, the resaddling of Dark Stream behind the gates was getting quite worked up as well. You could see a few of them are certainly experiencing a bit of the heat here tonight. It's a 10 from Len. I can see a little sweaty behind there, but no harm done, I'd say. Condor Passer, Balaban a little sweaty as well, but both are still within themselves and not really up on toes, which is a good sign. So loading away, Grey Boss comes up into 9. He'll be a key aspect of this race. It's interesting to see how this race unfolds from a speed perspective. Narato will probably look to sit closer. I'd say Silvestre de Souza will be looking for that 1-1 spot. Here's Action Point coming up back to the dirt here. Military Artist loads away. Condor Passer comes up to join the line. The runners are set here. 190,000 dirham. Race number 4. the Ford Marquis. Ready and away. Balaban was slow. Same can be said for Grey Boss. He was on the back foot early. Azan as well. Military Artist away quickly. Working forward with Gamekeeper. Darkstream the inside. Action Point. Condor Passer out wider, pressing the issue. Nadawi next. Al Jadaf wide. Working along with Narato. A length back to Gamekeeper from It's a 10 from Len. Up on the inside. Grey Boss is on the running rail now from 9. Then came next in running there was Silver Sword. Third to last from Azan and Balaban. Action Point takes over the lead as they head to the 1,000-metre peg. Travels along well within himself. A length and 3/4 to Condor Passer. A length and a half to Military Artist third. Darkstream fourth the inside. Narato fifth getting worked upon. Nardawi next, followed by Gamekeeper. Then came It's a 10 from Len. Next was Al Jadaf wide with cover from Grey Boss, who's fourth to last. He's giving them a big start at the moment. A length and a half back to Silver Sword, followed by Azan, and Balaban is last. Action Point wants to get it over and done with. 2.5 in advance of Condor Passer, who now comes off the bit. Military Artist next. Narato close enough, and he's trying to peg into the margin here late. Next was Darkstream. Grey Boss has taken the short way home here. Action Point in front, but still a long way of the straight to go here. Narato, Military Artist, Grey Boss coming with a good run the inside. Action Point, he's a shot duck up in front, and he's leading the line here. Look at Grey Boss and Narato exploding out of the ground here. Grey Boss, he has come through. He's weaved a passage through. Narato diving late with Military Artist. Grey Boss all out. Narato late. Narato, great race. Narato half a length. Grey Boss second over. Third across was Military Artist. A good tussle between two good horses on the rise. Next over, Action Point from Azan. Silver Sword, Balaban, Al Jadaf. Then came It's a 10 from Len. Gamekeeper. Next over, Condor Passer. Followed there by Darkstream, who knocked up with Nadawi. That's about as good of a benchmark race as you'll see here at Meydan this early in the season. Two really nice horses showing plenty. Grey Boss showing so much improvement in a start. Comes through, took the short way home here, but had to chew a lot of dirt to do so. Great ride by Tygo Shea, but just hit the front a little too early, and the big bold strides of Narato saw him steam over the top to win by a half. 7, 6, 2, 10 and 9. 7, 6, 10 and 9. I'll tell you what, that's the most exciting race. It'll be tough to top for the night.
It was a really good finish, and you can see the two horses that have fought it out have come from a long way back. I think Grey Boss has run a mighty race because he's run through loads of kickback and gone up the inner and didn't exactly get an uninterrupted passage, but showed good turn of foot to hit the front. And then he's just been nabbed by Narato, who's had much more of a sort of grinding dirt performance down the wide outside, whereas the second had to switch through horses. Either way, they can both kick on from there. Julio Los Squadra and Bupat Sima are both trainers flying along very nicely. These are both horses that won last time, and I think that's strong form that should work out. Military Artist has run really well too, having been second to Narato last time. I'm inclined to think that Grey Boss, the head-on will tell us a little bit more. Tygo Shea never had to stop riding, but he's had to run through a lot of kickback early. He's then switched and wanted to come out here. Military Artist just keeps him in as Action Point comes off a true line. He batters his way out, to be fair. He didn't have his momentum checked, but he would have had to show a little bit more. And Narato, in comparison, would have been slightly more advantaged by having an uninterrupted run, but he's probably a stronger stayer at the distance as well. Grey Boss was tackling a mile for the first time. He's seen it out well, but not as well as Narato. It was slightly wider, cleaner, more of an uninterrupted run. I think that's good form, though, really good form. And Narato has come out on top. This 3-year-old who could have a really good season this year. He's a rising 4-year-old. He had his 2/3-year-old campaign last year and was largely pretty consistent. Never beaten more than 6 lengths, and at this track never beaten more than 3.5 lengths. But he won well last time and has gone in again a month later. For Sky Racing, Julio Los Squadra and Silvestre de Souza beats Tygo Shea. Narato beats Grey Boss, a Military Artist who's run well. Strong form, I think, for the grey.
Unofficial numbers here for race number 4, 7, 6, 10 and 9. 7, 6, 10 and 9. Naruto, your winner for Julio Olajuara and Silvestre de Souza, 139.68. Margins half a length by 1.5 lengths. 7, 6, 10 and 9. Race 4.
Really good finish and performance to match from Silvestre de Souza and Julio Olajuara. Sky Racing's Naruto. Just tell Tiger O'Shea that Pat tipped that one. Sorry about that. There you go. Yeah. There you go. But he had to set up a second on Grey Boss, did Ty? And Naruto has won for Silvestre de Souza. Well done, Silvestre. That was a really good race from a horse who's progressing nicely.
Yeah, he's a horse. He has improved since his last run, and we thought he come again to this race with a good chance. I was worried Bukasima's horse. They end up finished second. I thought he would challenge me into my right, but he found a split to the inside, and I just have to dig a bit deeper to get ahead in front, you know. But fair play to Julio, and he turned up tonight with a horse with great performance.
What felt different? What was different to a month ago in the win then?
I felt he's a bit more fit now. The tempo of the race was a bit more hotter than the last time, and he's a horse. He has switched on a bit more, suits a mile well, and he gets a bit further.
Just on the season overall for you, are you happy with how things are starting and you're pretty positive for the rest of the year?
Yeah, it's going to get better, I hope. And, you know, first of all, hope to stay in one piece, injury-free, and I'll try my best every time.
Thanks, madam.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And correct weight is given in race number 4, 7, 6, 10 and 9. Correct weight, Ford Marquis. Narrato, your winner, 139.68. Margins a half by 1.5 lengths. Correct weight, race number 4.
Time for the presentation then for race number 4, the Ford Mach-E handicap. Great finish, and Narrato came out on top. We'll meet Winning Connections very shortly. To make the presentation for our 4th contest, please welcome to the stage Ms. Mona Hassan Sadoun, the Vice President Customer Experience and Marketing at Althaya Motors. Thank you ever so much for presenting this award. Our thanks again to Althaya Motors. And they'll be presenting, Mona will be presenting the award to our Winning Connections, who can go up and receive on behalf of Narrato and Sky Racing. Please welcome to the stage Julio Olasquaga, Pio Olasquaga and Ali Al-Anesi.
Welcome back here to the parade for the Ford here. This is all brought to you again by Altair Motors, a 80 to 100 over the 1400 metres. Let's head to number one. And number one is Destructive. We welcome Destructive back to Dubai here, a new acquisition for Diva Racing, now with Bhupat Seema, the horse formerly trained by Michael Bell, who made a juvenile campaign out here a couple of seasons ago. We welcome him back here to this to Dubai here, and he has his first run back in the country. Still looking for that elusive win here on the dirt. Tiger Shea does the riding here from gate number 8, carrying 62. Number 2 is Kanjar, the 6-year-old gelding by Kodiak. Antonio Fresu rides for Musaba Al Maheri, draws a good gate for Shadwell, and will be looking to make an improvement on his last start performance. Probably needed the run and will be better for it there as well. Was 19 lengths off Echo Point in that first up performance. Wouldn't shock to see him running a good race. Number 3 is Rawi, Patrick Dobbs and Doug Watson for Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Nuaimi. This 6-year-old Entire by Frosted has had 20 starts now, 3 wins and 5 minor placings. Narrowly defeated 2 starts ago in the final run of the season. The first up performance dropped away to be beaten and run 5th in that race. 61 kilos for tonight's race, off the rating of 95, draws a little wide in 9. 4 is Talamark, the 4-year-old gelding by Knight of Thunder, Simon and Ed Crisford. William Buick rides for Raba Racing. Draws well in gate number 3. Don Pacifico ran an amazing race. I probably thought he was the best of the chances here tonight, Talamark. So if he can go better than Don Pacifico, we're in for a good showing here with this 4-year-old also by Knight of Thunder. Looking for his 4th win here at career start number 18. 5 is Gorak for Charlie Fellows. We welcome another international here, the son of Gokin, for Ray Dawson, who does the riding here, off the rating of 91. Will carry the 59 kilos. We'll see if he takes to the dirt here tonight. But a nice race to kick him off in, hunting that 4th career win. Last start winner Fight Zone returns to Meydan for the first time since December of 2024. That was over this track and a trip, albeit in a lower grade. He won a 0 to 90 at Jebel Ali over the 1400 metres. He's earned a few points for that, and we see him here tonight off the rating of 88. For Abu Bakar Dowd, Danny Tudhope rides the son of Warfront. Chantel Sutherland rides a Freedom Fighter, the 7-year-old gelding by Violence for the Air Racing Syndicate, and Niga Burke for Bhupat Seema. 1-time winner, 5 minor placings from those 17 starts. First up for the campaign. 9 is Magic Petition, the 5-year-old gelding by Good Magic, drawn wide here for Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley, with the 55 kilos here off the rating of 83. Had that first run, ran 4th behind Shepherd and Lodge. Looked to be a strong enough form line. Winner didn't go on with it the next start, but nevertheless caught the eye. Still looking for that 2nd win now at career start 22. 10 is the stablemate, Million Doro. It'll wear the black cap for Sam Hitchcott. Ahmed bin Hamish drawn a little wide in 11. The 4-year-old gelding by Bolt Dioro has also had the 1 run this season. Ran 10th behind Cupid's Dream over 1,600 metres. Drops back in trip here for tonight's assignment. 2nd up. Hopefully we see some improvement. $11 is Nayar for Michael Sheehy and Doug Watson for Mr. Vaibhav Shah. 2-time winner from 16 starts. Hasn't seen the winner's circle for quite some time. First up run was narrowly defeated there at Jebel Ali, coming through the same form line as Fight Zone. We'll see how Nayar performs here. Back to Meydan, a track that he knows all too well. Last but not least will be the 8 in African Candy. We'll see him come out here very shortly. Another one for Mohammed Aldubeba. And he is the last to arrive here, the son of Twirling Candy. Musab Al-Maheri and Richard Mullen combined here off the rating of 87. First up for the season, the two-time winner. He's had a great start to his career, 2 wins and a second from his 5 career starts. Runners head to the tunnel.
Best turned out time, it's gone to this lovely grey. That is horse number 3, Rawi, who is a son of Frosted, 6 now. Grey Roan, I should say, really. And Rawi best turned out. And the winning groom needs no introduction. It is Sherin Wahab. Sherin, often seen in this winner's area as the winning groom. Don't want to forget that, Sherin. And he has won 650 dirham and a special handshake from Mr. Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising. So Telemark here lines up for Simon and Ed Crisford, and Ed is alongside. He's got a few runners tonight, and you must have been delighted with how the horse ran a couple of races.
No, he ran really well. Just finding his feet on the dirt. His first run here in Meydan, and first run on the dirt, and he just took a bit of kick back, and William just said he was just, just took a while, a couple of furlongs just to get his toe in, but once he turned into the straight, he finished super. Yeah, nearly won, but I'm sure he can do some winning out here.
That was Don Pacifico, who was also a Knight of Thunder in these colours. I say delighted, obviously, you want to win races, but he's going to take a step forward for it, is he?
Yeah, he'll take a step. He took a bit of a blow. He'll definitely come on.
What are you expecting here?
Same sort of thing, I think. He's capable of winning, but again, first run on dirt, he needs to jump good, needs to travel well, and hopefully he can finish, but he's capable of winning.
How do you select the ones to come out here, other than obviously pedigree and go, that's likely to handle the surface? Are there any other key attributes you look for?
Well, I think the rating is quite key. You need to have horses potentially with a bit of upside that you think can come out here and win some races, and depending on what sort of races they have. So there's a lot of 7 furlong mile races, so you need to bring that sort of quite high quality type of horse. But yeah, it's a lot of planning bringing them out.
How many have you got out here in the barn?
Sort of 20 plus. And yeah, I mean, we start planning it July onwards, and some of them we give them a break. The ones that have been running in England, they have a sort of summer break and get in preparation for here.
So good luck with this horse. I must just touch on two you've got in race number 7, Estimra, who we saw last year and had some good form, and Ablan, who is a Group 3 winner for previous connections and lines up here off the back of, well, a mini break after a big old absence.
Yeah, I mean, Estimra, he's had a win dot back in England. He won, and you know, he comes actually in good form, and he's got a wide draw, but I think he could have a real chance. Ablan, he's just finding his feet out here. As you said, he's had a long break, so it's just his first day back, well, second race after a long time off. So we're just bringing forward nicely, and it's just really getting him out just to have a go on the dirt.
Okay. Have I missed any tonight or not?
No, that's
Good.
it.
All right. Every chance I would. Good luck here and later on for the season. Thanks.
Yeah,
Ed.
thanks, Tom.
Good luck to Ed and Simon Christian. Loads of horses out here, 20 odd out here this year, and supporting the Carnival, well rewarded in previous years for doing that. And hopefully we unearth a good one of theirs tonight. Every chance we will. Sounds like this horse has got a chance in the Rubber Racing colours. While we look at Destructive there, who lines up for Tiger O'Shea and Bupat Seymour. Telemark is the Simon and Crisford horse. So Destructive, well, Diva Racing did it with Imperial Emperor last year. First start of the season, won and then kicked on, ended up winning a Group 1 and being sent off right at the top of the market for a Dubai World Cup, but it didn't work out in the end, or didn't go and win. That is Destructive, who lines up in those colours. And we'll see if they can do the same sort of thing. This is Fight Zone for Danny Tudhope and Amin El Noor. Source won at Jebel Ali last time. We'll need an improvement from that, I would imagine. Don't think it was the deepest contest, but still won nicely and has got up in the handicap £4 as a result. Looking forward to seeing this horse. Kanjar for Antonio Fresu and Musabra Almeri has got the class to go and win this, and particularly off this sort of mark, £4 higher than the success here in January. And he definitely has a chance of going and scoring here. Did run in a Group 3 last year. The race won by Marban over 1400. And this is probably his distance. Frawley has got form over a little further. He'll come out of stall 4. Antonio had a good 3 tonight with probably equal sort of chances. This is definitely one. African Candy runs for Musabra Almeri and Richard Mullen. Sun and Twirling Candy, likes Jebel Ali, has won there a couple of times, including at the back end of last year. First go for 264 days. So it's very much the starting point for the year. But again, this is his distance. And he was one of those 2/3-year-olds last year who, well, did better when dropped to the 7 furlongs at Jebel Ali, but ran in some pretty good races. And it's obvious that it's handicaps from here on in. Well, for now, unless he can improve dramatically. And then Rawy, well, we touched it on that horse earlier on for Pat Dobbs and Doug Watson. Another horse with good back form and has got a chance off a mark of 95. Has been rated higher in the past. And this is, I think, the sort of test he wants. 1400 on the dirt. Has run over a little bit further. But good form over this tee. It shows a good bit of speed as well. Come out of stall number 9 off a mark of 95. Loading process is underway ahead of a pretty competitive 1400-metre forward handicap. Here's Pat.
That it is, Tom. Thank you. And we've got about 4 or 5 loaded away. Here's Telemark coming up into line. He's joined the line along with Naya. Good to see Diva Racing colours back. I'll tell you what, if they can have a similar story to Imperial Emperor, it'll be tough to top. But Destructive, a nice acquisition, a horse who's very rarely do you get it, a horse who's been here before and proven, without winning, but proven and knows the track. That's something that you can always take as a plus here. So let's see if Destructive can notch up that Meydan win they were certainly looking for a couple of seasons ago. Ready to go here, 1400 metres, race 5 for $250,000. Set. Bit of movement out wider with Rawi racing. Rawi sort of threw his head through the gates almost there, but didn't open them. Away fast Magic Petition, along with Kanjar, who's worked up into a nice forward position for Fresu. Working up Gorak to try and hold the fence. Million Doro 3 wide. Then came Naya. Rawi to its outside and Telemark 3 back the rail. A length and a half to African Candy. Followed there next there by, as they work along the back of the course, Destructive. Fight Zone second to last, and detached was Freedom Fighter a long way off them as they swing the bend now. Kanjar's controlling it from the front. Half a length to Magic Petition. A length and a half back to Million Doro. Gorak already felt for and off the bit. Passed by Telemark. Nayar tracks into it well. African Candy's got a lot to do. Then came Rawi. Destructive a long way back from Fight Zone, and Freedom Fighter tacks on, but still with plenty to pick up, and probably mission impossible from there as they swing the bend now. Kanjar and Magic Petition go together here. Magic Petition, a narrow leader. Kanjar didn't corner too well, but now balances up and starts to fight back with Telemark, who's making ground out 3 wide, then Million Doro. Kanjar retakes the lead from Magic Petition. The danger is Telemark though. Kanjar from Telemark. Kanjar, Telemark out wider, continuing on in the Raba colours, and Telemark's going to come up to the outside of Kanjar. Photo finish. Maybe Telemark just, I'd say, from Kanjar. Nayar third across, followed by Magic Petition, Million Doro, African Candy, Fight Zone. Next over Destructive from Gorak. Then came Rawi, who crossed over next, and a long last to Freedom Fighter. His race was run and done early, missing away potentially. Good fight down to the line. Telemark, William Buick and Simon and Ed Crisford will take it. A photo finish, but nudges out Kanjar on the line, and well, it was a good tussle right down to the line. Kanjar certainly made him work for the prize.
Well, we had it's provisional placings, but we're pretty sure who was in front at the line, and that was Telemark. And really nice performance on first go on this surface, Knights of Thunder. You know, he had to face a little bit of kickback. We'll take it back to the start with Ed Crisford, the trainer. Came out of stall number 3. He wasn't the sharpest away, but Will Buick was pretty proactive in the run just to get him up into a position. And what were you thinking at this point, how he was travelling?
Well, he took a lot of kickback early, and I was a little bit worried he was just going to get, the leaders were going to get away, but actually, to credit to the horse, he actually stayed with the leaders. He didn't have the sort of clearest run in the straight, but actually once he got out, you could just see him motoring, and you know, he won. You know, to be honest, the horse has never run on dirt before, so very pleased.
Wouldn't you rather that on first go on this surface than, you know, run wide and face no kickback and have a smooth passage? Because like, he will have had to have learned a bit from that, and he's proved he can face it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's all, you know, it's another educational bit really out here. It's very different to England, you know, very different to the all-weather. It's chalk and cheese. So, I mean, it's credit to the horse really. He's a tough little horse, and he battled well. And again, he's like the last horse, can do a bit of winning out here.
And given the programme out here, you know, 7 furlongs, there are opportunities, but if you can go to a mile, that obviously helps with opportunities. Will that be possible?
Yeah, I think he could probably go to mile, but he has got a lot of speed, so we'll have to see what William says on this particular track. Sure. But, you know, it's good he goes in the dirt. He's by Knights of Thunder, and they tend to go on this track.
Well done. Good stuff.
Thanks, Tom.
Well done to Ed Crisford with that success. Yeah, he will have learned loads from that, because not only did he get away a bit slowly and have to be rushed up, which is not what you're used to on a synthetic surface or grass surface in the UK. You tend to be allowed time to find your feet. You then take kickback here, and then you've got to muscle your way out as well. So I think you can be massively positive about that. Like, he'll have felt it. It's a first go here. It will have left a mark, obviously. It wasn't an easy race, but compared to if you're, you know, out wide and not facing any kickback, or just tracking a leader with no kickback, this was a harder way to go about it on this surface. We often talk about horses doing it the hard way out in front, but on the dirt, sometimes it's not. This is the hard way to do it, when you've got a load of sand coming back in your face and you've never experienced it before. Then you've got to go and get past horses. And he's beaten Kanjar, who has run a really good race and was entitled to do that. Nayar's run really well. I think not bad form again for the grade. And that's a good start out here for Telemark, Will Buick Simon and Ed Crisford and Rabbit Racing.
Unofficial numbers here in the fifth event: 4-2-11-9, 4-2-11-9. Telemark your winner, 125.57. Margins ahead by 3 3/4. 4-2-11-9. Your numbers, race 5.
We heard from Ed Crisford, we'll hear from William Buick very shortly. But a really strong battling performance from this horse to take out race number 5, the Ford handicap over 1,400 metres on the dirt. Put your hands together for Telemark. So Will Buick with success on Telemark for Simon and Ed Crisford. Well done to Will. That was a really fun race to watch, just next to the winning trainer Ed Crisford, and he was pointing out afterwards that he'll definitely have learned a good bit from that performance.
Yeah, he didn't really feel like he needed to learn much. You know, he was very natural out there, and you never know quite to expect when they're running first time on dirt, because you know the kickback is, the tempo is a little bit quicker. But he had a low draw and he managed to use it, got a good position, and you know he was taking me through the race the whole way. So you know, at the top of the stretch, I thought, you know, we were going to win quite well. So look, we had to fight for it, but he showed a very good attitude, and yeah, it's great to come back here and get a win on the night.
And I guess you never quite know how they're going to be on the surface. Night of Thunder is always a good indication, should be fine. Did he feel perfectly natural on it?
He did, but I think, you know, you mentioned Night of Thunder there. I don't think there's much they can't do, so, you know, it's a big help.
Yeah, well, the Dubai line helps, doesn't it, very much. And what did you make of Ruler of Time?
look, first time he ran on the dirt. I thought he showed his immaturity and his inexperience. I do think he wants a mile, so we'll see whether he can improve from this. And I'm not sure what his exact next step will be, but I think he would have learned a lot from that tonight.
Good job, well done.
Thank you very much.
And correct weight is given in race number 5. 4, 2, 11 and 9. Correct weight. Telemark your winner, 125.57. Margins ahead by 3 3/4. 4, 2, 11, 9. Correct weight, race 5.
All right, it's presentation time for our 5th contest. It was the Ford Handicap, and it was won in excellent style by Telemark. We heard from the winning rider and the winning trainer. That winning trainer again very shortly. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Helal Haney Omar, the Senior Vice President Ford and Lincoln Sales at Altair Motors. Our thanks again to Altair Motors for supporting the evening this evening. And Mr. Helal Haney Omar will be presenting the award to our winning trainer, collecting on behalf of Rabba Racing. Please welcome Ed Crisford. For the 3rd time tonight, we're going to play Faces at the Races. We want to see your pearly whites and give you 500 dirham just for Smiling. Well done, that's a good start. Lovely smile. What else we got? That's a very happy table. What about this table? Yeah, it's sort of a smile. She looks annoyed with you, sir. What about this table? Can we get good smiles off all of you for your chance to win 500 dirham? That's not bad. Could be trying to impress the in-laws there. Oh, we've got a teddy, I like that. That could land you a win. Who's going to win? Our third Faces at the Races. I need to see teeth, otherwise it's void. No, you can shake your head and wave. I think you've won. You have won with the hat, perhaps. Faces at the Races goes to you. There are the teeth, 500 dirham all yours.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the runners enter the parade ring for tonight's 500,000 dirham feature. It is the listed Al Garhoud Sprint. We head into the parade and look at our first horse. It is the Golden Shaheen winner and the first up winner as well from earlier on in the season, Dark Saffron, off the rating of 112. He's our highest rated horse. And he's looking at continuing on his picket fence here at Meydan, making it going from 3 to 4 straight. He tackles the 6 furlongs here once again. Comes up against a tougher field than last start. But he is the class horse here, carrying the 59.5 kilograms for tonight's assignment. Number 3 is Al Nasib. We welcome him back to the races also. Last time he was seen was late in the season at Jebel Ali, going on to win there. Antonio Fresu rides for Musaba Al Meheri. He's drawn 3. The 4-year-old colt hereby Profitable. On his day, he can be a very dangerous horse, and we look forward to seeing him return to the races here tonight, hopefully in tip-top order to make his presence felt. Colour Up is as honest as the day is long. Patrick Dobbs rides for Doug Watson and Syed Hashish. He draws the ace here. He ran into Tuz in this race last year, ran a nice second on that occasion. He runs into this event here tonight, hoping to pick up and go one the better. He does have to get past Dark Saffron, the 7-year-old gelding by Memis. He's been a great horse for Connections, 5 wins, 6 minors from 18 starts. Looking forward to seeing how he fares here. First up for the campaign. 5 is Morning. He is a great sprinter in his own right. The 5-year-old gelding by Moonings. Bhupat Seema, Richard Mullen combine here for Mr. Nasser Asker. Draws 4, looking to hopefully go a little better. He was just nudged out by El Raed in his opening event. He's got good form here at Meydan, and he is a second up specialist, so keep him safe. 6 is Raba, 58-1. He ran up the hill at Jebel Ali over 1,000 metres. Not many can do it, and he did it on the bridle the whole way. I've never seen a horse pass, in my time here, never seen a horse pass the line going so fast at Jebel Ali at the top of the hill. Dropping back to a sprint trip here after contesting over longer distances. Very exciting to see how he goes here. Danny Tudhope rides for Masaba El Maheri and Shadwell, who have 2 in the race. The other runner in the Shadwell arsenal here is Eraz for Ali El Badwawi. Adri de Vries will ride here off the rating of a 95. This horse comes in as the lowest rated runner in the event, the only not with a rating in triple figures. Draws 2, the 2-time winner, 3.5 lengths off Native Approach in a listed contest on the turf at Meydan here in late 2024. He'll need to improve off some of that performances, but looks a nice starting point for him early in the season. We await for one more horse, and that is the 2 in Mufasa. Final horse is Mufasa, who makes a return to the races here for the first time since the Group 2 Godolphin Mile, where in the early stages of the race he put pay and contested Raging Torrent, who went back overseas and made his presence felt in some nice big races in the USA. He held his own in the Godolphin Mile. He is certainly a horse looking for 1,400 metres and further. This looks a nice starting point for him. Will it be too sharp? I'm not too sure. And will he be forward enough? That's the big question. But great to see Mufasa back at the races. The 5-year-old Entai by Practical Joke for Triple R Racing, Tiger Shea and Bhupat Seema hunting for 4. That's our runners here for the feature race, the Al Gahud Sprint, sponsored by Altair Motors here for $500,000 dirham. Runners head to the tunnel.
All right, it's best turned out time. And it's gone to Dark Saffron. The winning groom is Ahmad bin Hamash's Devi Singh. I think I got away with that. Devi Singh, the winning groom. There's Adi, there's Romulo and Carlo. They make this happen. Not Adi so much. He just holds the camera. And our thanks to Mr. Ali Essa for presenting the award on behalf of PHI Advertising. 3 days on from UAE National Day. Winning best turned out horse, 650 dirham to the winning groom. Well, the obvious place to start is with the World Cup winner, Dark Saffron, World Cup night winner, Dark Saffron, who was fantastic in the feature race over 6 on World Cup night, the Dubai Golden Shaheen, and has since come out and won on reappearance. So that's last 3 runs on the dirt over 1,200 metres have been wins. And it's like they took, you know, well, they gave the horse a little time to find his feet out here before switching back to the dirt. Because the turf, he'd run well, but not anything like he is now. He's rated, what, 18 pounds higher than anything he achieved on the turf. And he's been a bit of a revelation, this 3-year-old, rising 4-year-old. And you do see horses that can dominate this division. He fits into that bracket, potentially, but he'll want to go and take this under the penalty. Mufasa, though, is interesting. Back in distance from the Godolphin Mile, won by Raging Torrent. Now, I fancied him that night. He showed a lot of speed, but this might be a more suitable distance. He's a threat, definitely. 244 days off the track. He's a son of Practical Joke, proper dirt machine. And, yeah, he's an interesting one. You can definitely see why they're dropping back in distance. Now that is Rabat. The red hood has just come off, son of Dubawi. Another one that could fit well into this division. Now you wouldn't necessarily have thought that when being trained in the UK over sprint distances on the turf, but he dropped back to 1,000 metres last time, which, you know, should be sharp enough, and won very, very nicely by nearly 5 lengths. It was a brilliant performance, and you can see why they're having a go here, rated 103, enlisted company in a sprint on the dirt. He really appreciated the dirt last time, this Dubawi. I'm interested to see what he can do. He's got a lot to match up with a horse like Dark Saffron, but we just don't know how good he is. He's completely untapped on this surface. We know how good this horse is, colour up, and the answer is very good. He's about 106 horse, which is what he's proved consistently. Look, he doesn't win too much. He did take this race 2 years ago, but he's bumped into the likes of Tuz and plenty of others. And then he found Dark Saffron 2.75 lengths too good in the Golden Shaheen. But it'd be great to see him get back to winning ways here. He's a very capable, admirable performer. He's the sort of horse that you sound like you're damning with faint praise. You're not. He's just so consistent. But there's often a horse that's up against him that's a little bit better. But it'd be great to see him go in here out of stall 1. He actually ran really well on World Cup night. The more I talk about this race, the deeper I think it is, because El Nassib was good last year. He won fresh as well and was very impressive when doing so. He won over the 1200 at Jebel Ali. He was very good on his reappearance here, and this looks his division as well. El Nasib, rising 5-year-old. There is depth to this race. Dark Saffron should be too good, sure. But the likes of Rabah, El Nasib, Colour Up, Mufasa, you can definitely make a cogent case for. Morning's very capable as well on his day. So the loading process is underway. You're going to enter the stalls. There's Colour Up going into 1, maybe not his ideal draw. Still think Dark Saffron will win, but it's an interesting renewal. Pat, all yours.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, no, it is certainly the case. I mean, I even look at one of the rank outsiders this morning. I thought after his run at Jebel Ali, wherever he went next, he was going to win. I didn't expect him to be running in the listed Al Gahood Sprint, but nevertheless, he's, you know, some of these have put in some amazing performances heading into this. Look, Dark Saffron, as you said, he should win this, but there are a couple of horses here who definitely you can make a case for. This horse in particular, Rabah, as you said, untapped potential. Morning about to come up here. 500,000 dirhams for the listed Al Gahood Sprint. And he's the last to load away. Right and ready. We go 6. Set and ready. Line cleared. Oh, Eraz just reared at the early in there, and he's nearly thrown the rider out the back. Barrier staff in to assist. Red light still flashing. Oh, barrier's shaking here. Shane Ryan still has the button. A racing and now away. In the Al Gahood Sprint, Eraz was slow. Rabah works out deeper and starts to improve. Good speed from Dark Saffron. Mufasa matches motors early. Paces lightning early here in the Al Gahood Sprint. Rabah is third, about a length or two off the leader. A couple of lengths back to Al Nasib. 2.5 lengths back to Colour Up from Morning. And Eraz after the tardy starts out of the contest. Dark Saffron eventually finds the top, but here comes Mufasa again, pouring on the pressure. Rabah 3 wide and third, and they've broken away. The trio are half a dozen in clear of Al Nasib in fourth. Then came Colour Up and Morning, and 5 lengths back to Eraz. Mufasa's going to turn in front here. Dark Saffron's got a challenge on his hands. Look at Rabah pouncing up on the outside here. Dark Saffron's been left in their dust. It's Mufasa, 3 lengths in advance of Rabah. Al Nasib, look at Colour Up burning here, but he's going to get cut off for a run. Mufasa's on vapours. Al Nasib right over the top here in the Al Gahood Sprint. Al Nasib coming clear for Fresu. Colour Up, a mighty performance from Mufasa. Morning, Al Nasib way too good. Al Nasib in the Al Gahood by 3.5. Colour Up second over. Third was Morning. Then came next over Mufasa from Rabah. Next over there was Eraz dropping away. Dark Saffron didn't like the pressure, crumbled in the final stages, and he was the last to greet the judge. Al Nasib, when you deny him and you challenge him and you think he's out of it, he just comes back better and better than ever. Al Nasib, the 4-year-old by Profitable, off 108. Antonio Fresu, Masaba Al Maheri is a horse they have to nurture and care for. He's had his niggles in the past, but they have got him firing here, and he was just running them dead with brute speed here tonight. Came off the pace, pounced late, too good in 111.54. 3-year winner.
Antonio Fresu is back with a winner at Meydan, and it's El Nasib. This horse burst onto the scene a couple of years ago, had a setback. He burst back last year and ran with credit subsequent to that in his 3/4-year-old campaign, finished up with a win. He might be a horse to get fresh. We touched on that earlier on with Antonio, and just given how that's worked out, he's probably also got given a good ride here where Antonio didn't rush him up. I mean, to be fair, he couldn't go with him at that point. Antonio's bottoms down and he is pushing. They've gone hard. Now you've got a 3-way go going down the turn, and they just kept it up to the tempo. That was it for Dark Saffron. He hated that. So he bowed out, unfortunately. It was then left to Mufasa to fight it out with Rabah. Rabah looked as though he might go past, but didn't. Mufasa now is in front. Rubber looked a little awkward at that point, but here came Al Nassib from off it, down the outside. Poor old Colour Up was a bit unlucky there. He had to stop, but he was well held in the end. He's run really well. He has to finish second again. They've gone so hard up top and they've paid for it. And you can see in the time, that's the winner last year came back 1:10.61. The track record's 1:09. It's a slower track tonight, but 2 seconds behind that. It's a pretty good performance time-wise. And they've gone really hard. You see, this is where Colour Up, Pat Dobbs just has to stop for a second. Didn't make the world of difference. He would have finished a little bit closer. But El Nassib, I don't know what he can do this year, because in the back of my mind, he goes well fresh. He ran well on the turf and the dirt last year. But this division is sort of ripe for something to come and take it. And, you know, maybe he could be that horse. He'll want him to go hard again because he stays further. But that was a really strong staying performance at the distance. You saw he was off it down the back, out of his comfort zone a bit. But he's definitely got the stamina for a strongly run 6, and he's won the listed Algarud Sprint.
Unofficial numbers in the Algarud Sprint, sponsored by Altair Motors. 3, 4, 5 and 2. 3, 4, 5 and 2. Al Nassib, your winner, 1:11.54. Margins 3.5 by 2.5. 3, 4, 5 and 2, your numbers.
So Antonio Fresu returns to the winners' enclosure at Meydan. Musaba Almeri trains this son of Profitable, who's taken out the listed Algarud Sprint, sponsored by Altair Motors. Welcome back, El Nassib. Great performance from Antonio Fresu and El Nassib. And Antonio is back in the winners' enclosure at Meydan. Well done, welcome back. You got a bit dirty because they went pretty hard in front of you.
Yeah, but you know, when races goes like this, I don't mind to take dirt, you know.
No, listen, absolutely. Was that the plan then, just to sit off what you thought would be a pretty hot pace up top?
You know, I watch all his races, and he runs really well when he's fresh, but he doesn't have like the early speed to go, and obviously those horses are super fast, you know. So I try to save some ground around the turn and you know, tip him out when I felt that he was ready. And as soon as he switched his lead, you know, the horse put on another gear, and he finished up really nicely. I think he's a very nice horse. So let's see what the future holds for him.
What do you think he can be versatile over 6 furlongs, depending on how fast they go, if you know what I mean? Or will, at this distance, will he need a burn up in front?
You know, I think he's a horse that he has to stay on this distance, you know. You know, I think he's versatile. Today was a little bit far back because they were flying up front, and but I think if they're going slower, he's going to be, you know, closer. I think he has that tactical speed, but not to go to the lead. But it was really nice getting the kickback. He didn't bother him at all, and I mean, like I say, I think they should stay like this because he has such a nice turn of foot, you know. If he goes further, he might doesn't have it. So let's see what you know, Musaba wants to do for him. Obviously, he took him here in a good shape, you know, and congratulations to the connection.
You've been getting closer, so you had a third, a second, and a first now, right? There you go.
Yeah, I was like nothing in the first, 5th in the third, and then third, second, and now the winner has come, and it's obviously nice for me to get this feeling here in Meydan, which this place gave me a lot in my career. So it's always nice to come back and get a win, especially on a stake race, you know.
Well done, thanks for telling me.
Thank you very much.
And correct weight is given in the Al Gahood Sprint, sponsored by Altair Motors. 3, 4, 5 and 2. Al Nassib, your winner, 111.54, 3.5 by 2.5. Correct weight in the feature.
Feature race presentation time then, the Al Gahood Sprint, sponsored by Altair Motors. Our thanks again to Altair Motors supporting this evening. To make the presentation, we can welcome their Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Ashok Khanna. And Ashok will be presenting 3 awards this time, given it's the feature race, a stakes race, listed contest. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Ashok Khanna, CEO at Altair Motors, and he'll be presenting 3 awards. First of all, to Winning Connections. And well done to the owners of El Nasib. We welcome to the stage Yusuf Al Meheri and Abdullah Balouk. They are collecting on behalf of Mohammed Abdullah Mohammed Rashid Al Shehi. Winning owners of the Al Garood Sprint, sponsored by Altair Motors. Now we welcome the winning trainer. Alongside Jessica Pomper, please welcome Musaba Al Meheri. Well done to Musaba, well represented in that race. Of course, also had Rabat. And the middle trophy goes to Musaba. Well done to him. Winning trainer of the Al Garood Sprint. And now the winning rider. Please put your hands together and a warm welcome back to the trophy presentation stage for Antonio Fresu. Well done, Antonio. And now everyone can come back together and receive their respective trophies. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Al Garood Sprint, sponsored by Altair Motors, El Nasib. Perfect out on the grams there, and we see Arblan, number 1. Rabba Racing, Simon and Ed Crisford and Danny Tadhep combining. This horse is a Group 3 winner, very talented for previous connections. Lines up here off 72 days off, but prior to that, had almost exactly 2 years off. He looks at Dubawi. He will tighten up for it. I think that's fair to say, but he is exciting out here off a mark of 95. Drop back to horse number 2 is Go Soldier Go. We'll let him walk past us. Go Soldier Go has got plenty of form out here, often finds it happening a bit quick in front of him. Let's spin round to number 5, Arabian Tail. Arabian Tail is very capable of this sort of mark. Was second to Shepperton Lodge, albeit 8.5 lengths behind Shepperton Lodge last time. He didn't necessarily back up the form, but I think it was a good run and is a decent level of form. Arabian Tail having another go after a month off. Did shape well on his reappearance. And let's walk out with one of these. Number 8 we'll walk out with. He's just at the back here. We have got some over the other side. Number 8 is Moon Blade for Marwan Al-Badehi in those colours. He's having a good look at me. Go on you go. He's had a little while off the track. I think he'll improve for the run. But he's got some decent form here. Having won over the 1600 over a mile. We'll turn our attention over towards the left. I just want to see number 10, who should be second of this lot coming out. Let's go to 11. We'll go to 11 first of all. And that is Book Review. He's a real pace angle in this contest. He will try and get out and make all. He's going to go in at some point. You just don't know when. Book Review. He's coming out of stall number 4, so he should be able to get on the lead. And turn our attention to the back of these. And we've got 10 right at the back, and we'll finish up with number 10, and that is Izaj. Don't know what happened last time. He's better than that. He has won second up before, so maybe tonight is the night to catch him, but he ran better on his reappearance last year. He's got a little bit warm as well, but I think he's got a half decent chance. They're in the tunnel.
Welcome back to the parade here for the penultimate event on the program. For 190,000 dirham, we head to race number 7 on the card. This is the Lincoln Navigator. Let's head into the parade. First horse is Ablan. Returns to the races here after contesting at Goodwood on the 24th of September. Before that, it had been nearly 2 years off the scene for the son of Dubawi. 62 kilos here for tonight. Probably a big question to see whether or not he handles the surface here. The son of Dubawi, Simon and Ed Crisford, and Rabba Racing already with a winner tonight. Looking to get Ablan his 3rd career win at career start, number 5. Go Soldier Go draws wide here for Fauzi Nas and Hamad Al Basaidi, claiming 2.5 here off the 62 kilos. Also rated 95 here for tonight's assignment. Ran at Meydan here over 1,900 metres and ran 7th on his first up run. Would need to improve considerably to be figuring here. Quality Humour is the 3, draws a middle alley for Sam Hitchcock, Ahmed bin Hamish and Sultan Ali. The 6-year-old gelding by Distorted Humour. Ran over the mile here at Meydan on the 7th of November. Ran 4th on that race behind Cupid's Dream. Decent enough form line. If he can hold up to that and improve somewhat, we could potentially be seeing him running a good race again. As we head on to our next horse, the 4, Hans Anderson, the son of Frankel for LT Racing, Veronica Jandova, Carlos Lopez to do the riding here on the International. Drawn a little wide, a big question mark will be the track here. We'll see if he can go a yard here once again. He went home and raced a fair bit last time out, but returns here to Dubai. Still looking for that win here, so best of luck to Connections. 5 is Arabian Tale. He's done some good work around this track before in the past. Ran second here to Shepherd and Lodge, beaten 8.8 lengths there as Shepherd and Lodge burned away from them. But Tiger O'Shea and Bupat Seema combining for multiple winners tonight. Drawn wide here for the Chopra family, but Arabian Tale on his best day could be competitive. La Resh is a horse who notoriously fires fresh in the campaign. Richard Mullen will ride for Masaba Al Maheri, looking to go a race-to-race double here. This one for Mr. Nasser Asker from a good gate, drawn 3. Could be competitive if he puts it all together. 7 is Silent Age, draws 1. Down the track despite running 5th last time behind Remorse. Stepping out in trip should aid his chances. Doug Watson and Pat Dobbs combined with Syed Hashish for this runner here. 5-time winner from 16 starts, so we'll see if he can improve on his last start performance. Was far from disgraced on his dirt debut. Moonblade is a Meydan dirt winner. He has won over the 1,600 metres. He steps out further than that for this time around, the 3-year-old colt by Central Banker. But his best form would see him going close in a race like this. Andrew Slattery rides high season for Bupat Seema and Akaram Racing. 1 win, 1 second from 6 starts. He's first up, so a bit of an unknown how forward he will be for tonight's race. Izaj is a second up winner last season. He's second up here tonight. Was quite a ways off them in his first up run. Should take improvement. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish combined from a wide draw. Book Review's had 2 runs this season already. He's third up heading into this. Hasn't really shown too much in those 2 runs to date. Hard to tip with confidence. Truth Explained has got some form that could see him going okay in this. His issue is that he's drawn the car park for tonight's race. Gate number 14, Doug Watson, Oscar Chavez combined off the rating of 83 here. The son of Justify probably will take plenty from this run here, but may need the run and may have to take his medicine from the gate. Estamra returns to the races here. Best of luck to Connections. They'll be looking to pick up a win here. They had a bit of a frustrating run of it through the middle part of last season, but good to see them back here trying to pick up a win. He did go home and win at Chelmsford City on the trip back home. Drawn a little wide here for Simon and Ed Crisford, one of 2 runners for them in the race. So that's our runners. We've got Al Mukhtar, who's the last one to have a look at here. The 14, Saif Abalushi rides for Ahmed bin Hamish. Last start was 3rd, beaten 9.35. Just in behind Arabian Tale there, who also comes to this race. Ran 3rd there behind Shepherd and Lodge. We'll see how he improves off that race. Drawn a lot better this time round. That's our look at the runners. They head to the tunnel for the penultimate event.
Two in the race for Doug Watson, but let's reflect on Colour Up first of all. He's like the perfect horse. You sound like you're damning with praise when I say like he's so consistent, such a great horse. Tends to find one a bit too good. What did you make of it?
I was really pleased with it. He's been training great, and I think somebody brought it up. He's only been out of the money twice, and one was the first start of his career, and then on World Cup night one night. And
he won't beat him far.
No, he ran great last year on the World Cup, and he got a little stop there tonight. Our horses are tending to need a run over here. It's a little bit deeper than our track, a lot deeper, but no excuses. I knew he would run his race. I was a little worried halfway around there, but he's like an ATM, but we just want to get that first ATM like Tuz was last year. El Nassib got it this time, but he just runs consistently good all the time, and he's a pleasure to have in the yard, and have Saeed in the yard too.
Don't you feel like it's a division at the moment which could be open enough that he could land his race this year?
I would hope so. Yeah, we're going to be looking to do that. Like I said, he had a good blow coming back in, finished off the race well, had a little stop. I don't think he would have won because of that, but I'm just super pleased. It's so nice to have horses like that just give you their all the time, and he runs at a top level, and he's been a pleasure to train, and yeah, I'd love to see him get his nose in front.
And Saeed has Silent Age here. You've also got Truth Explained. How do you split them?
I thought Silent Age ran fantastic on his first run over here the other day. It's back in 2 weeks, but you're gonna have to. I'd like to have spaced it out, but it just kind of came up this way. Down a grade and got the one hole. So he's another neat little horse. He's just over 15 hands tall, and a Dubawi, and anyway, he's fun to be around, and I'd love to see him run another big race, but it is back in 2 weeks. And then Truth Explained came in last year, had a couple good runs for us, and I think he was third twice, and he was really hard to get physically well last year. He had a hard season in Kazakhstan, and this year he's training a heck of a lot better, and bad draw, but we'll see what he does, but whatever he does, he'll come on from this.
Okay, thanks, Doug. Wish you all the best.
Appreciate it.
Horse number 4, a judge best turned out. That is Hans Andersen. And well done to Swaroop Singh, leading the horse round a few moments ago. And Swaroop takes home 650 dirham. And that is being presented by Mr. Ali Essa. It's confirmation of where the horse is in the race card. And Mr. Ali Essa, on behalf of PHI Advertising, is presenting that award to the winning groom, Swaroop Singh. Well done to the winning groom of Hans Andersen. Right, time to have a closer look at these ahead of race number 7. We've flown through it this evening. Hope you've found some winners along the way. This is horse number 5, Arabian Tail, for Tiger O'Shea and Bhupat Seema on the Chopra family, behind Shepperton Lodge last time, touched on that. Very capable off this mark. Tell you, it's open, this. You can make a case for a lot of them. It's the very nature of these handicaps out here. It's so open, I can't even remember who I sided with. But book review, Izaj is another one. He might not be too far away. And this also looks to get out and get handy out of 12. And Tiger O'Shea's been pretty accurate from wide draws so far tonight. So here is Izaj. The case for him is pretty simple if you're willing to put a line through last time. But it was disappointing. But he has won second up before. And he's capable of a mark of 84. His last win came off 80. That was over 2,200 metres. He's dropping back slightly in distance here. That's no problem. This being over 2,000 metres. But yeah, he was disappointing last time in that Shepperton Lodge race. He just folded completely. Thought Ed Crisford was quite positive about this horse, Estimar, earlier on. He had form with Heart of Honour last year. I mean, rated 85, he should be better than that. But he didn't kick on from that run over 1,600. He was beaten over 1,900, but then he's come back to Chelmsford this year and won. And then you fancy last time, he was just given a bit of a prep run for coming out here. That was 44 days ago. I guess the right sort of time for coming out here. That is Adrian de Vries on Moon Blade. Ray Dawson was on board last time, really won well behind Royal Favour. But Adri's won on the horse before, and that's always a good sign, with Adri teaming up again with this horse. And he's trying 2,000 metres. The win came over 1,600, where he saw that out really well. But he didn't kick on from it over 1,900 the last couple of starts. I thought looking at him, he'd just take a step forward for this reappearance. There is Ablan. Loads of back class, this horse. But he looks as though he'd tighten up for the run, understandably. 72 days off. And they'll be feeling their way with this son of Dubawi, because he's got lots of class, but he's had his issues with a big old absence. There he is. He's got quite warm, Ablan. Rubber Racing looking for a second win of the night. Nice and open this. Here's Pat.
Runners about to continue coming forward here. We've got about 5 in at the World Cup distance here of 2,000 metres. Al Mukhtar about to load forward. Does so now. Go Soldier Go. The next to come forward here, the Fauzi Nas stable electing for a claimer here. Getting him down to 59.5. Filling the stalls well here, about half a dozen to come forward. Estimar, we welcome him back to the UAE. A couple of hard luck stories. Remember, he was in the race last season where he got a bit spooked in the gates and he set a few of them off, and he did have a false start in that race. He was backed heavily overseas to win that event. Arabian Tail comes up into line. Nice second from him for his first up run. Truth Explained loading away for Oscar Chavez. Only a couple more to load away. The inside gates 1 and 2 still vacant. High Season loading away for Slattery. Here's Ablan. Lightly raced in almost 2 years off the scene. Had one little sighter before jumping on the plane at Goodwood. Moon Blade and Silent Age, the last two. 2,000 metres, our longest distance race for the evening. It is the penultimate event. Ready to go. Set. Away. They all broke to a clean line. Go Soldier Go, if any, a little slow. Silent Age, Book Review showing good speed as usual. Easage working up, hustling forward. Arabian Tail and Hans Anderson from Moonblade, who's going to get up into a one-back defence spot here if the pace continues the way it's going. Now, he'll be three-back defence, I'd say. Book Review with enough pace to get across as they work off the front in search of the mile. Next was Estem Ra from up on the inside. La Resh, a length and a half to El Mukhtar. Quality Humour and High Season wide with cover. Next was Truth Explained, followed by Ablan. And after the slowish start, Go Soldier Go goes back to the rear. Book Review's going to take over the lead. Pace genuine enough here past the 1300. Leading the way with Bernardo Pinheiro by a length and 3/4. Isage second. A similar margin back to Silent Age in third. Moonblade in a nice spot. It's got the 1-1 in 4, spotting the lead 4 lengths. La Resh on the inside, buried away under lock and key from Hans Anderson, and wider out was Arabian Tail. 3/4 of a length back to El Mukhtar on the fence from Quality Humour. Estem Ra, a length and a half to Ablan. Next in running there was High Season with Truth Explained, and out to the end was Go Soldier Go, starting to make a looping run. Book Review continuing on with it. The margin now 4 lengths and has been slipped a little bit more leather to extend out, but not getting too far away from them, coming back to them if anything as they work down the side in search of the 600 metre mark. Isage pushed along. Silent Age hasn't gone around a horse. Moonblade making ground. La Resh has got something to offer, just needs to get out. Estem Ra, followed by Hans Anderson. Then came Quality Humour. Ablan next best of the rest, and the last one that can win, Truth Explained. Book Review into the straight here. A narrow leader, 2.5 lengths to Moonblade, who runs on. Here's La Resh, he's got out. Is it too late though? Book Review still 2.5 lengths in advance of Moonblade. La Resh, Book Review needing the post and fighting hard. Moonblade, La Resh, El Mukhtar down the outside. Book Review still in front. Book Review, gate to wire. Book Review does enough. Book Review by a length and a half, maybe 2 lengths on the line. Crossing over second. A good run by Moonblade. La Resh still had something to offer there late, but unfortunately couldn't reel in the leader. El Mukhtar 4th. 5th over Hans Anderson. A gap to Silent Age from Estem Ra. Truth Explained. Next over Ablan from Go Soldier Go. The start costly. Quality Humour next over. A gap to Isage, Arabian Tail, and High Season tailed off. Book Review, Bernardo Pinheiro, Salam bin Gudaya goes on to win. Leads all the way for Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum, the son of Dabawi. He always seems to knock up a win at some stage of the season, and he's gone on and done just that. Photo for third. Moonblade's definitely got second. I think La Resh has probably held on for third here, just over El Mukhtar, who came home with a wet sail. But the 11, no doubt but the winner. Book Review, too good, 206.85, 11 in the frame.
There's always a time where he goes in, and it's when he's allowed an easy. Now, he had to work hard early on, but the key part of the race came once Isage had established himself in second, and then when Bernardo Pinheiro let out a bit of rain on Book Review, suddenly there was a gap, and Isage couldn't go with him. That was a speed thing for Isage, more than a Conabisi, I think, deciding to do it. But what it meant was that coming round the second bend, the second turn, he had a 3-length lead, and then he wasn't coming back from there. We've seen them win from all over the track. It's a fair track tonight. In the sprint they went hard, they came from way off it, but here he's just got too much in hand on the rest of them. And that's because you had Isage in a clear second, not able to lay up on his quarters, Book Reviews, and that was game over. And he's capable of this, Mark, but if he gets taken on, he can't really do it. But he was second here in February off a mark of 88. He lines up off 83. He was taken on last time and beaten 41 lengths. On his reappearance, taken on, beaten 15 lengths, but here he's managed to stay out in front, and he goes in, this son of Dubawi. Moonblade's run really well. I think he's interesting because I thought he'd improve for the run. La Resh has fought his way through horses. It's worth noting who's come from furthest back there. I can't quite tell you. Worth watching back who has come from a long way back in the field, because it wasn't easy to get involved. Al Mukhtar came from a little way back, and he's another one that could be interesting. But ultimately, Book Review had to work to get to the front initially, and then the race worked out perfectly. and he had it his own way from there, and that was game over for a horse that knows how to win here.
Unofficial numbers in the Lincoln Navigator, 2,000 metres, 11, 8, 6 and 14. 11, 8, 6, 14. Book review, your winner, 206.85. Margins 2 by a neck. 2 by a neck, 11, 8, 6 and 14. Salim bin Gadaya on the board in race 7.
Good to see these colours back in the winner's enclosure for Bernardo Pinheiro and Salim bin Gadaya. He's got his win at Meydan, this horse, as he does each and every year. It's Book Review. Bernardo Pinheiro weighing in after success on Book Review. Love this horse. He's unpredictable, but when it works out like that, he's not for stopping.
You know, he's a lovely old horse, you know. He won a lot of races here already, you know, did enough, you know, and it's just spectacular how Salim and the team keep these horses fresh, you know. It's not that easy to bring old horses running again, young horse with fresh legs. Beginning the season, he ran well, he ran a nice 6 with me, could be a bit 4th, was a bit of excuses that run, and carrying 62, you know. Last time he went very hard in front, and today we got a nice draw, handicap a bit out, and when he found a soft lead, I think that's how he needs, you know.
Yeah, you must have been really pleased when, you know, you had to work to get there, but then down the back, all of a sudden, they were a little way off you and you could relax a bit and he could relax a bit.
Yeah, you know, as I said, he's an old horse, so he's fast from the gates, but to maintain that pace, I have to work a bit hard. Yeah. And as you said, you know, luckily when they let me breathe in front, that all that old guy needs.
How many years have you been here now, Bernardo?
This is my 9th season now.
Wow.
Yeah, and I just thank God, thank for all the support. If you look my numbers, I've been growing season by season, step by step, and I just fortunately for that,
It seems like you enjoy it as much as ever, though.
Of course, I enjoy every single ride, not just the winners, I'm a very hard worker and I love this, and this is my life. Last year I had to step back because a surgery in the back was very hard times for me. I lost the last month of the season and, worked very hard to bounce back this season, but here I am, I made it, and I'm so happy with that.
Well, welcome back to the winners' enclosure as well. Thanks, Bernardo. Well done.
Thank you.
Correct weight in race number 7. Correct weight 11.86.14. Correct weight. Book review your winner. 206.85. Margins 2 by a neck. Correct weight. Race 7.
Time for the 7th presentation of the night. And race number 7 was the Lincoln Navigator Handicap, last of our handicaps. So great to see book review back in the winners' enclosure. Mr. Ravi Ravichandran, the president of Ford Middle East, will be making to the presentation. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Ravichandran. And he'll be presenting one trophy to our winning connections of book review. And we welcome to the stage, collecting on behalf of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed Al Maktoum. Please welcome Maktoum Mohammed, Zaid Hamad Gadaya and Salim Mohammed Gadaya.
Welcome back to the parade for the 8th and final race of the evening. This one for 165,000 dirham, the Ford Expedition over the mile. Number 2, our first horse, Hallucinogenie. Wearing the black cap here, Jose Santiago will ride for Salam bin Gadaya, looking to take the last 2 on the card. Drawn a little wide in 10 here. Hopefully we will see him run a good race here. The scratching won't affect him. Scratching to the outside of the 5-year-old gelding by Accelerate, who's had the 1 start now, running 9th on that occasion behind Mr. Carfu. That was in a maiden back in January of 2024. He's been off the scene a while. Number 7 is Fiafisa. Ray Dawson rides for Ahmed bin Hamish. He's got a big team of horses here in the last event. 1 run at Abu Dhabi, beaten by 7.5 lengths by Inner Peace on that occasion over the 1600. Makes the switch to dirt. Number 8 is Frostfire, who also makes the switch over to dirt. A nice trialist at Meydan here, though, before making the switch over. Was not let off the bit in any way, shape or form in the late stages of that race. Probably has something to offer on a bigger track. Richard Mullen rides for Masaba El Maheri and Abu Bakar Kadora. 9 is Hidden Secret, another Dabawi gelding here. Hamdan Hamish owns, Ahmed bin Hamish trains, Sam Hitchcott to ride here. 4 starts for a second. Only the 1 run here at Meydan, beaten 8 lengths on that occasion behind Grey Boss. Should improve off that run, and the form holds up with Grey Boss running well earlier in the evening. 10 is Historic Times, another one for Abu Bakar Kadora with the 3 in the race. This one a Dabawi gelding also. Christian Demuro rides for Doug Watson. The son of a Dabawi draws a middle alley in 7. 11 is Honest Moon, who has not been seen since February 2025, running enlisted company on that occasion behind Galactic Star. Rated 97, off a very good rating. Initial favourite, now out to second favourite on the international market, with money for a particular runner who we'll see very shortly. Ahmed bin Hamish, another one for him. Saif Al-Balushi to ride for Abdullah Al-Mansouri. Number 13 is next, No Escape, the son of Intermischief. Antonio Fresu rides for Masaba El Maheri, another one for Abu Bakar Kadora. Drawn way out in 15, that will make it tough. The 3-year-old colt here has had 4 runs. They were all over in the USA. Over longer distances, a mile plus too. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares here over the mile as a starting point. No Escape, one of 3 runners here for Connections. Here is our new international market favourite. Strong support for Vino Sauro into favourite. Safi Osborne rides for Jamie Osborne. Drawn 14. Will come into 13 with the scratching of Amjad. This one for Moraes and Hashish and Palmer. Best of luck to Connections here. Ran 3rd on debut here at Meydan and was far from disgraced. 14, Political Truth, the son of Liam's Map, also drawn wide. Bernardo Pinheiro and Salam bin Gadaya combined, looking to combine for the last 2 winners. Has had 2 runs this season at Jebel Ali, 3rd up here at Meydan. Hopefully we'll see an improvement here. Meydan runs have been better than its Jebel Ali runs so far. 3 is Nukanan. Silvestre de Souza for Osama Rafai, drawn wide. Started at Abu Dhabi, ran 13th in its first up run. First run on dirt for the campaign. $12 is Just. Andy Slattery rides for Bupat Seema and Akuri Zing team. Drawn 9 here for tonight's assignment. Yet to break through for a top 3 in its 6 starts to date. Back to Jebel Ali here for the second up run. Number 6 is Elusive Trevor. Fair to say he may have had his chances so far this campaign. 2 runs and yet to figure in arguably a lot easier races than what he faces here tonight. We'll see if the switch to dirt may help. So we await on 2 runners. Number 1, Desert Horizon. Number 4 in Al Farik. And that is number 1 there. Danny Tudhope rides Desert Horizon, the son of Caravaggio for Masaba Al Meheri and Hamad Al Hamrour. 5 starts yet to figure in the top 3. And Danny Tudhope jumps on board once again. He's ridden this horse a few times before, but would need to improve on what we've seen so far in maiden company. Has not been anywhere near the winning horses. And Connor Beasley waits for Al Farik, the 3-year-old gelding by Mitol. Ahmed bin Hamish trains and Sky Racing owns. 1/3 to its name so far in its 4 starts to date. Those 2 best runs have come at Jebel Ali. The first run ran 4th there, beaten 3.2 lengths behind It's a 10 from Len. Heads here second up. We'll see if this will improve its chances. Draws a good gate in 5 to be competitive enough. That's our look at the runners. Nice big field to finish off the night here over the mile. We go with the 14 runners here. 165,000 dirham. And as we can see, Al Farik, a late arrival, making his way down into the pre-parade. And that's our look at the runners for the last.
Best turned out time is this horse. Beautiful slow motion shots of horse number 6. That is Elusive Trevor making his way around. And Elusive Trevor is looked after by Ram Badur Pal. And he takes home 650 dirham. And that is being presented by Mr. Ali Essa, the CEO of PHI Advertising, who have generously supported this Best Turned Out award for years now. And it's a partnership we're very grateful for. PHI Advertising supporting the Best Turned Out award, 650 dirham to everyone's pal, Ram Badur Pal. So that's the Best Turned Out winner, Elusive Trevor. And Elusive Trevor is a 3-year-old, son of Bellardo. with Bhupat Seema. Ty goes Shea on board. He had a great start to the night, Ty, and then a second. Then it hasn't quite worked out since then. They've still gone pretty well. They'll be happy with their night's work, and hopefully they can cap it off for them. Red Hooded, this horse, will come out of stall number 2. But he's got a bit to find, rated 84, with Honest Moon. We'll come to Vino Soro for Safi and Jamie Osborne. This horse rated 84. Good run last time behind Grey Boss, and we know that's good form because it worked out earlier on. I think in probably the best race of the night form-wise so far. There's real depth to it. It's pretty keen, this horse. He's going to come out of 14, which isn't going to make life easy necessarily. Will Carr was on board last time. Safi Osborne takes over. She was injured when still coming back from the injury when this horse ran on debut. But shaped well on first go as well for the yard, and that is good form last time, as I say. These ratings are speculative to an extent because there's every chance on the run last time Vino Soro could be rated above 84. And equally, Honest Moon, who is rated 97, you could say, well, maybe that's lofty on what he has achieved so far. So they might be a bit more compacted than the official figures will tell you. And we'll see tonight if there is £13 between Vino Soro and Honest Moon. They're drawn just about as far apart as they could be, 14 and 1. Saif Al-Balushi takes the ride. Interesting that Saif Al-Balushi's on board, not Connor Beasley. But nice for Saif if he does get a winner tonight, and Honest Moon will come out of stall number 1. He's rated the best in the race, and that's fair. Obviously, running some good races last year, conditions racing, listed race, he was beaten a length and a quarter last time, so he's rated 97. He's the one to beat. It's just whether you take that rating literally. I'm not sure that you should necessarily, but he's still got the best form in the race. Pat fancies Frost Fire. I can't remember the case per se, but Richard Mullen's on board for Ms. Sabra Mary. This horse was not beaten too far in a maiden at Abu Dhabi, and now switches to the dirt. He's a Knight of Thunder. We've had a Knight of Thunder win on the dirt already. Son of Dubawi, Knight of Thunder. I've talked about this a lot, but they do go well on this surface. They go well on most surfaces, to be fair. Historic Times is a debutant here. Is attracting some support on the international market, which is interesting. For Doug Watson and Abubakar Kadura, Christian De Muro takes the ride. Great to have Christian riding here. So they're going behind, and we are just about on post, just beyond it actually. Is Al Farik goes behind for Connor Beasley. And Sky Racing, Ahmad bin Hamash. Now he's rated 82. Again, the jockey bookings make it interesting. Is there as much between he and stable companion as £15, and the official ratings suggest? I don't know. This is Historic Times for Doug Watson, a Dubawi. Can see why they're kicking off over 1,600 metres. There's a bit of stamina on his dam side. It's out of a pivotal mare. It's to an extent, it's a European pedigree, but Dubawis, they go well on this surface. So they're circling down at the start. We might have a bit more time than I first thought here. Reminder, it's the 30th Dubai World Cup this year. Tickets are on sale now. You can head to DubaiRacingClub.com to book your tickets. So please do that. I think one's hopped off here. Is that Venus Soro? Can't see from here. No, it's not. There we are. It is Just. There's Venus Soro walking around in the foreground. Andrew Slattery's not on board just for Bhupat Seema. And there might just be adjusting the tongue tie which he has on, but hopefully the loading process is going to start pretty quickly. I'm hovering around Jamie Osborne because I don't know how much time I've got. Yeah, they're doing the tongue tie. Jamie, have you got a brief moment for a quick chat? Because I'm filling for my life.
I can see that, yeah.
Your horse would have a right chance on form, no? It's a good run last time and the form looks strong.
Yeah, look, we had a suspicion 7 furlongs was going to be too short for him. and that was proved correct. I have a little suspicion a mile might be a little bit short for him. He'll be better over this mile, but I think, look, going forward with the horse, he will go further than this.
We always say, oh, you know, stall 14, not ideal, but Tig won the first 3 races on a wide draw. If you can get a good position from it, it can be no bad thing, because you're not facing too much kickback, hopefully.
Safi won't be doing a Tig. she won't be drilling him to try and get across to the rail.
Okay, you're dropping in a touch.
I'd say there could be a burn-up from 1 and 2, couldn't there?
I think they'll have to be pretty honest on Honest Moon. Yeah.
I would imagine we'd sit just off them. This horse, he's a long-striding, grinding horse. He wouldn't necessarily have the pace of some of these through the first half of the race, but God willing, he'll come home well.
He looked a bit warm. He flinging his head around a touch on the way down. Is this just to him?
That's in his nature. That doesn't worry me at all.
Okay, good luck, Jamie. Thanks ever so much. Good luck to Jamie Osborne. Loading process well underway. Here's Pat for the last time.
Tell you what, this international market, Tom, is doing plenty at the moment. They don't really know where to go. It's been a bit of a battle for favouritism between Honest Moon and Vino Sauro. Vino Sauro now back into clear favouritism from Honest Moon. Frostfire was a massive drifter. It's come back into the into nearly single-figure odds here after almost sort of doubling or tripling in price. And one that's been steady with support here at each way quotes, as you mentioned, is Historic Times, the 10. So not really sure if the overseas punters really know what they're doing here with this race in the last, but best of luck to them. Vino Sauro coming up into its alley here. There's Frostfire. So Frostfire in the red cap for those just tuning in. Historic Times in the white, and there is No Escape, the third of the runners there for Fresu in the green cap. So bit to go off there as well. Abu Bakar Kadora, the Leviathan owner here in the last with a 3-pronged attack. Political Truth will be the last to come up with the barrier blanket applied. And we'll be ready to go here at the mile for the last of the day. It's a maiden, 165,000 up for grabs. Ready to go, set to go. Gates crash. Away they go here. No Escape jumped cleanly. Out wider, Hallucinogenie works forward. Elusive Trevor's jumped on the bunny today. Honest Moon works up from 1. El Farik in between with Fear Fisa and Just. That's your first 7. Hidden Secret in behind them in about 7th or 8th. Spotting the lead 5 lengths. Half a length, now a length to Desert Horizon. From Nookanan, a gap to Frostfire. Vino Sauro's back to 3rd to last from Historic Times, and out to the end was Political Truth. Elusive Trevor goes through to the lead and takes up the lead towards the 1,000-metre peg by a length and a half. The battle for 2nd and 3rd and 4th at least is quite heavy here. It's a line of 4. Honest Moon pokes up in behind the leader now to 2nd from Al Farik. Fear Fisa in amongst them, and caught out on a limb out wider is Antonio Fresu here on No Escape. He's going to have to press on here shortly as they head to the side. Then came a Hidden Secret, who's on the back of that group. 4 lengths to Desert Horizon from Just. Then Nookanan working from the back now, trying to improve, is Political Truth from Frostfire. Then came Historic Times from Vino Sauro, who's 2nd to last in running here, and last of all was Hallucinogenie. They swing the bend, and Honest Moon. Honest Moon comes up and contests Elusive Trevor, who's been burning the candle at both ends here. Honest Moon burning away now from Elusive Trevor. A gap there back to No Escape. Then came Hidden Secret. Up in front, Honest Moon. He's up in front here, but still holding at bay by a length and a half. Elusive Trevor trying ever so hard, but Honest Moon coming away here late. Honest Moon, it's an absolute plug to the line for a good chunk of these, but Honest Moon's going to do enough, and the ratings were spot on. 4 lengths to Elusive Trevor. Frostfire's rattled home potentially into 3rd here from Historic Times. Then came Hidden Secret, a gap back to Desert Horizon from No Escape. Fear Fisa. Then came Political Truth, Just. Vino Sauro nowhere to be seen from Hallucinogenie. And the last couple to cross over the line there were El Farik along with Nookanan. Honest Moon, Saif Al-Balushi goes on to win from gate number 1. Came away to win that quite convincingly in the end. Elusive Trevor has held on for 2nd, and Frostfire has ended up rattling home from back the back half of the field. A nice run from him there to finish up the final spot in the frame. Numbers are going to be 11, 6, 8 and 10. We'll get that confirmed. It is confirmed. 11, 6, 8 and 10. Honest Moon, your winner. 1:39.93 winner's time.
Yeah, I take the point that they were spot on to an extent, the ratings. He's been in a good position, rated the best horse in the race, and that has come to fruition. It was a pretty smart performance, a pretty comfortable performance in the end, and a race where the pace held up pretty well, even though there was a bit of a burn-up. I think the thing is, there were loads who weren't enjoying it in behind, loads getting dirt, loads not being able to go with them. Who is that running on from a mile back? To see it, 1, 2, 3. Need to see finish 4th. Historic Times, who was popular internationally, has run on with loads of promise. That is well worth noting, I think, given what that horse has managed to do. He's absolutely rattled home. I wasn't sure who it was in the run. Look, and I think Doug Watson's got a lot to go home with there and be excited about with Historic Times. But the winner was too good. Rated best of them and has rattled home to go and score for Saif Al Balushi. Honest Moon goes on to win from Elusive Trevor and Frost Fire. Historic Times and Eyecatcher in 4th.
Unofficial numbers 11, 6, 8 and 10. 11, 6, 8 and 10. Honest Moon, your winner, 1:39.93. Margins 4 1/4 by 1 3/4 in the final race. The Ford Expedition, brought to you by Altyre Motors. 11, 6, 8 and 10. Race 8.
Welcome back into the winners' enclosure. 1-4, Amr bin Hamash and Saif Al Balushi in the colours of Abdullah Al Mansouri. The 8th winner of the night is Honest Moon. Seifal Belushi in the winner's enclosure with Honest Moon. Congratulations. Well done. Was that straightforward for you? Did it all go as planned?
Yeah, many thanks. Actually, he ran very well first start in the season. He came from high class. He ran very good races before last season, and he back stronger. I think from beginning, he catch Meydan easy. I think he can go more. Yeah.
Is he an easy horse to deal with, or are there some difficulties with him?
Lovely horse, very nice. He travel nice. When I ask him, he got quick. Yeah, nice.
Do you work with him at home back at Ahmed?
No, Isa Belushi. Last time he said he will take his Meydan easy. Yeah, seriously.
And as far as when the race worked out, it became clear in the straight there were two of you that could win it. But I thought your horse was really dominant at the finish. He saw out the distance very well.
Yeah, very well. Yeah.
How nice is it to have a winner at Meydan? Always good.
Very nice. Hopefully tomorrow as well.
We wish you all the best. Good luck then.
Thank you very much.
And correct weight is given in the last, the Ford Expedition. 11, 6, 8 and 10. Correct weight in race number 8. Honest Moon, your winner, 139.93. Margins official. 4 1/4 by 1 3/4.
It is presentation time for our final race, the 8th race, the Ford Expedition Meydan. Our thanks to Ford Expedition, to Altair Motors. To make the presentation, please welcome to the stage Mr. Ahmed Hamra, the Assistant General Manager of Ford and Lincoln Sales, Altair Motors, and Mr. Junaid Nizar, the Business Operations Manager, Ford Middle East. Gentlemen, thank you both for presenting this award to our winning connections. And collecting on behalf of the winning owner, Abdullah Al Mansouri, please welcome Sultan Al Sabusi and Hamdan bin Hamash. It's time for Faces at the Races, Part 4. Get your teeth out, because we want to see those pearly whites. Oh, mask, I like it. There's some white teeth on there. That, for me, would be the winner. I like the child on the shoulders. That's good. Nice white teeth. Oh, my God. Why can't he win? Did you see the headgear? Right, there's some good contestants tonight, but who is going to win Faces at the Races? Last up, and 500 dirham. The fourth winner tonight is you. Excellent use of a child. Hope it's yours. Well done, sir. That is 500 dirham coming your way. Sunglasses on the head, big smile, and 500 dirham richer. Pat Comerford alongside, or as Tygo Shea calls in the Titanic. Well done tonight. Some close calls for you to sort out. Some good finishes we had.
Yeah, I was catching strays up in the commentators' box after a rough run. Now, I'm happy for Tig.
What a start!
Oh, mate, unbelievable. And I mean, you know,
and it was nearly 4 from 4.
Crazy to think that. I mean, that was probably the race of the night, wasn't it? Like, I mean, just the excitement. I mean, look, it was wonderful to see Al Nassib win the Al Gahood Sprint. That was an exciting race in its own right. But I mean, I like seeing early in the season these horses that, you know, the pennies finally dropped with them. I mean, Grey Boss has only just come on the scene, has been able to start doing it from the moment, you know, he's come to the races. Narato, he's taken his time, and I mean, he's a big horse. He's got a massive stride. He never looked like he was actually going to pick up Grey Boss there, but he, you know, it was a good tussle to the line. Both those horses will go on from it this season. I think both are in for some nice campaigns.
Yes, I think that's really strong form. And do you think El Nassib can make a mark in this division, or is it just a division where a few different ones are going to be going in throughout the year?
Look, I want to see the vet report. I want to see how he pulls through the race. It'll be interesting to see and find out from Masaba and the stable about how Al Nassib goes. As we know, they've had to micromanage his horse. He's had his niggles over the journey. I remember after that electric debut run where he came out and almost blew the clock up here on his first ever performance. He was off the scene for 12 months. He's had his issues. He's had his little niggles. So I mean, I'd like to see him go on and have a really big campaign. But who knows? He may have to take a bit of breaks and in between runs and really split his runs up. I don't think he's a horse you can just set up for every single run and have a very, you know, thorough sprinting campaign with. I think they're going to have to take their time with him.
And Bupat and Tig look like they've got horses for the Derby in the form of Lino Padrino and the Guineas in the form of 6B, two lovely 2-year-olds. The second, Lino Padrino was...
Oh, unbelievable. I mean, took off from the 1,000-metre mark, probably the 800, I'd probably say the 800-metre mark, but was a sustained gallop the whole way around, and then came across and had so much room. It was very, you know, very, very similar to the likes of, you know, Imperial Emperor that we saw early in the season, those wide runs and, you know, slamming across to the fence with a couple of lengths in hand and also kicking away as well. Shows good signs of a horse that's pretty exciting for the future. And, I mean, Suited and Booted Racing, you know, they've had some great luck. They know how to find one.
Yeah, absolutely. Good old book review. So predictable.
Yeah.
The only thing that's predictable is you've got to go in at some point.
Rishi is going to be spewing you on tonight here as well, because he would have had book review in the mix. He loves, as I said, he loves Salam's old stalwarts, and he would have had book review as his best of the night. I reckon that would have been nap material for Dishy Rish.
Well, he's here next week. And then we'll all be out for Festive Friday.
Very exciting. Turf racing back next week. Going to be exciting as well.
Is it now?
Yeah.
Good.
So very, very exciting time.
And as far as just speaking to the team that run all the international events out here, or horses out here and connections, there's so many, including the Barnes A, 170 odd. It's phenomenal the amount of interest that's garnered this year going into the 30th anniversary of the Dubai World Cup. So well done to that team. They do an excellent job. Thanks, Pat. I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Good stuff. Thanks for going easy on with the cricket as well. Much appreciated. Hope you've enjoyed all the action tonight. The team will see you again in 7 nights' time. Bye-bye.